Chapter 1180. Elder Wency's heart skipped a beat. He took a closer look at him and found that his face was normal. His eyes were clear, and he didn't look drunk at all. And the strong smell of alcohol seemed to be coming from his clothes. The wine pot was empty, but it seemed that the wine didn't enter his intestines. Instead, it spilled out. Elder Wency grabbed his arm and pulled him into the room, closing the door behind him. After confirming that there was no one around, Elder Wency looked at him. "You came here today to talk to me about this?" Elder Huafeng found a chair and sat down. He frowned, as if he couldn't figure it out. She had already entered Fangzhou City that day. Logically speaking, no matter how much she likes to play, she should have come back after so long, right? But why is there no sign of her? For this reason, he specially waited for a few days in Fangzhou, but until now, she still hadn't appeared. The more time passed, the more Elder Huafeng couldn't let go. So he came to Elder Wency to ask for his opinion. She has always been like this. Her temper is unpredictable, and she might have been delayed by something at the last minute. Besides, even if she returned to Fangzhou, no one said that she must return to the academy. Elder Wency sat down next to him. Maybe she left again? Elder Huafeng's lips moved, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. That little heartless girl. She had already arrived in Fangzhou. With her ability, she would definitely know that it was him and Wency who were there that day. She ran away without a trace for a few years, and when she came back, she didn't even see me. I don't know where the rules are. Elder Wency glanced at him meaningfully. When has she ever had the slightest connection with the word rules? Bang! Elder Huafeng slammed the wine pot on the table. If she doesn't come back, then so be it. Without her, this old man can still drink a few more pots of wine. Elder Wency couldn't be bothered to expose him. Looking at his bored expression, he knew that no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't be happy. She has her own thoughts. When she wants to come back, she will naturally come back. What's the hurry? Elder Wency smiled. Didn't you just accept a disciple recently? Teach her well. She's not even our disciple, so why waste your time here? Elder Huafeng glanced at the bookshelf next to him with infinite disdain. Then why did you deliberately release those unique copies? Other than her, no one else would dare to steal books from you. You, Elder Wency choked. Hurting each other was the most annoying. Besides, didn't you also take in a disciple? Both Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng are good seedlings, especially Luo Shishir. In the future, she'll definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Ascension rankings. Half of that girl's thoughts are on that brat Chu Yu. Elder Wency couldn't help but tease. However, Chu Yu's talent in this area seems to be pretty good. We didn't notice it before. They already knew that Chu Luiyue had defeated Lu Ziyan, and they were all very surprised. The fact that he was able to fight above his level was too telling. Back then, he only said that he was a rank 7 warrior and didn't reveal anything else. Who could have guessed it? However, it seemed that he was going to specialize in celestial physician. Elder Wency shrugged. That old thing Wanzheng got lucky. It's rare to see such a genius with spirituality. The two sat facing each other and were quiet for a while. Immediately, the two looked at each other. Huafeng, don't you think that Chu Yu is a bit similar to her? The moon was high in the sky. Soon, it was time to leave Thousand Wine Mountain. Chu Luiyue swallowed the last force and slowly opened his eyes. It wouldn't be long before she could break through. Turning his head to look, half of Dumpling's body was already soaked in the spring water. The water was bubbling, and it looked very comfortable. Chu Luiyue grabbed its wings and lifted it up. Dumpling was originally enjoying itself, but it was suddenly interrupted and couldn't help but be resentful. Chu Luiyue pretended not to see it and shook it like a rag. Not today. She had just come out of Pengmin Mountain. Even if she wanted to come again, she couldn't choose today. Wouldn't that be deliberately making things difficult for the elders? Besides, De Bao had deliberately told her not to do anything when she left. She had a hunch that as long as she secretly did something here, De Bao would definitely know immediately. At that time, what awaited her wouldn't be a good result. I'll think of a way another day. The wet dumpling could only agree. Although the force she devoured now wasn't enough, she could barely accumulate it. When the time was right, she would completely activate the bloodline power together. When Chu Luiyue walked to the foot of the mountain, she looked back. Because she had already walked out of the barrier, the scene at the top of the mountain couldn't be seen clearly. Perhaps there were still elders refining there, or perhaps the power of Tianlei in the spring was still increasing. She retracted her gaze and left with Dumpling. For the next period of time, Chu Luiyue lived very peacefully. During the day, she studied the medical skills and alchemy that Elder Wanzheng gave her, and at night, she brought De Bao to Thousand Wine Mountain to cultivate. Of course, before going to Thousand Wine Mountain, De Bao would still come on time to spar with her. Perhaps it was because the incident between Lu Yintong and Jiang Jiwan on the first day was too big, so not many people went to Thousand Wine Mountain during this period of time. This undoubtedly made things much easier for Chu Luiyue. 10 days later, she successfully broke through to middle stage 7th stage. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly. However, as time passed, Chu Luiyue became more and more anxious. Because she still couldn't think of a way to stay in Thousand Wine Mountain all day. Every day, Dumpling could only rely on the little time at night to accumulate power. More importantly, the power of heavenly lightning stored in the spring would only appear during the time of the prohibition. And that was the key to activating Dumpling's bloodline power. Bang! Halfway up the mountain, Chu Luiyue slapped her hand, and the pills in the medicine cauldron quickly flew up. She quickly pulled them back and put them into a jade box. Click! The remnants of the rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Master! Chu Luiyue walked over and presented the jade box with both hands. Elder Wanzheng stroked his beard in satisfaction and took the jade box. I didn't expect you to choose this for your first pill refinement. As he spoke, he opened the jade box, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Actually, when Chu Luiyue and Lu Ziyan challenged each other, he saw it clearly from the Donghuang Bell Tower. He already knew that his new disciple's talent and ability in pill refinement were stronger than he expected. However, when he saw this pill, he was still shocked and overjoyed. You succeeded in refining a superior grade 8 pill on your first try. Moreover, you did every step very well. How rare. He looked at Chu Luiyue with emotion. It won't be long before you can try refining a grade 9 pill. Chu Luiyue chuckled, took out the medical book, and handed it over. Elder Wanzheng was stunned. What are you? Chu Luiyue paused. This student has finished reading this book, so I'll return it to you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1181. You finished reading it? Elder Wanzheng asked in shock. You've memorized all the prescriptions in the book? Chu Luiyue nodded. She had finished reading it a few days ago, but she only had time to return the book today. Some of the prescriptions were for grade 8 and grade 9. They were all high-quality elixir prescriptions. Elder Wanzheng looked at her suspiciously. I know you have a photographic memory, but you've understood all the grade 9 prescriptions? The difference between grade 8 and grade 9 was not as simple as a grade 8 elixir. A grade 9 elixir required several times more herbs than a grade 8 elixir. The process was complicated, and it required a lot of techniques and other aspects. It was not easy to break through from a grade 8 celestial physician to a grade 9 one. Usually, a grade 8 celestial physician would have to put in a lot of effort to understand the grade 9 prescriptions. It had only been 10 days, and he had already mastered all of them. Chu Luiyue met his gaze and smiled. Master, if you don't believe me, you can test me. Elder Wanzheng took the book and asked a few questions. Chu Luiyue answered all of them fluently. Elder Wanzheng looked at her, and the corner of his eyes twitched. You You've seen the prescriptions in the book before? Chu Luyue pondered for a moment. I've seen 5 of them before. It was her first time reading the rest of the books. But she had still managed to understand all of them in such a short time. Elder Wanjing felt very conflicted. When he saw Chu Luyue successfully fusing the elixir the other day, he knew she was not far from becoming a grade 9 celestial physician. But this was a little too, Master, what's wrong? Chu Luyue asked when she saw his strange expression. Elder Wanjing held the cauldron and waved his hand. Nothing. I'm just lamenting how it feels to have a genius disciple. Chu Luyue was speechless. Brat, you're still unknown even now. You're simply. Elder Wanjing looked at Chu Luyue with a faint gaze. He had been in Lingxiao College for many years and had seen many students. Those who could enter this place were naturally all geniuses. However, even geniuses had differences in strength. And Chu Luyue was undoubtedly one of the best. In fact, until now, he still didn't know much about his new disciple's background. If he really came from some aristocratic family, with such talent, his reputation should have spread far and wide. Chu Luyue lowered his eyes slightly. That doesn't seem to be the case. Her title as the Princess of the Yuntian Tower seemed to be quite famous outside recently, but of course, he couldn't say that. Have you ever tried to refine a 9th grade medicinal pill? Elder Wanjing asked. Chu Luyue shook his head. After her rebirth, her strength had not been restored, so she had not done so. Elder Wanjing recalled the medicinal pill that she had just refined. The color was uniform and the medicinal fragrance was rich. It could be said to be of superior quality. Your aura seems to be stronger than before. Because Chu Luyue had been carrying a yuan item that concealed her aura, even Elder Wanjing couldn't clearly determine her current level. Chu Luyue nodded with a smile. I've just broken through to the intermediate stage of the 7th grade. I see. Elder Wanjing pondered for a moment before smashing his fist into his other palm. He seemed to be itching for action as he asked, "What's the matter? Since you've broken through, why don't you try to refine a 9th grade medicinal pill?" Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment, but she didn't refuse. "I'll listen to you, Master." Elder Wanjing was very happy to hear that she had agreed. "Don't worry. This is just a try. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed. Since you finished reading that book, there are some inferior 9th grade medicinal pills in it. Do you like any of them?" Chu Luyue thought for a moment and chose a simpler one. "I think that the 9 Golden Crossing pill is not bad." 9 Golden Crossing pill? Not bad, not bad. That medicinal pill can help 8th grade cultivators break through their bottleneck and reach the 9th grade. If you can refine it, you can keep it for yourself in the future. Elder Wanjing felt that this was a good choice and immediately agreed. Its refining method is considered relatively simple among the 9th grade pills. It's just right for me to use it for practice. However, there are a few special medicinal herbs that I don't have here. You can go to the Medicine Wind Valley to get some. Chu Luyue wanted to say that she had those medicinal herbs, but after thinking for a moment, she swallowed those words. In any case, she still had the 100,000 points that Elder Wanjing had given her. She hadn't used them yet, and she had been in the academy for a while now. She wanted to take this opportunity to take a look at the Medicine Wind Valley. Yes. Elder Wanjing confirmed the medicinal herbs that she needed and explained the location of the Medicine Wind Valley in detail before letting her go. Chu Luyue replied respectfully and headed to the Medicine Wind Valley alone. Lingxiao College was huge. The Medicine Wind Valley was a place where the academy specialized in growing medicinal herbs. It even occupied a large area. Chu Luyue spent a full hour before she finally arrived. As the name suggested, the Medicine Wind Valley was a canyon. On both sides were undulating mountain peaks. Only in the middle was a concave and winding canyon. Within the canyon, including the mountain peaks on both sides, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs planted. Chu Luyue stood on one of the mountain peaks and looked down. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but be amazed. On the neatly divided plots of land, there were all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. The colors were gorgeous, and there were all kinds of charm. The air was filled with the rich smell of various herbs mixed together, making people feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Among them, she could see some elders and students. This scene was unexpectedly harmonious and moving. In the middle of the canyon was an empty space. An old man had set up a bed and was lying on it, looking very carefree. Occasionally, someone would go over. Chu Luiyue looked for a while and understood. That elder should be in charge of looking after the medicinal herbs of the Medicine Wind Valley. Everyone who wanted to exchange medicinal herbs from the Medicine Wind Valley had to go to him to register. Chu Luiyue flew down. The Medicine Wind Valley was huge, and there were countless types of medicinal herbs planted. Hence, it wasn't easy to accurately find the few medicinal herbs one wanted. Fortunately, Chu Luiyue had already roughly determined the location of 3 medicinal herbs at the beginning. Hence, she found them quickly after going down. There were still 2 left. She started to slowly search for them among the medicinal herbs scattered all over the mountain. Being surrounded by the rich medicinal fragrance, Chu Luiyue couldn't help but take a deep breath. She felt much more refreshed and comfortable. Chu Luiyue didn't lack medicinal herbs. After all, Taizu and Rongxiu's belongings were all with her. However, looking around, she still saw some precious medicinal herbs that she didn't have. Treasures of heaven and earth that were hard to come by outside seemed to be very common here. The #1 academy in the Divine Ruins world lived up to its name. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1182. Some people would look over from time to time, as if they had recognized Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue ignored all of them and continued to search for the herb she needed. After looking around, she found one. However, she could not find the remaining bone-melting treasured leaf after searching for a long time. The Medicine Wind Valley was really too big, and there were too many types of herbs. The bone-melting treasured leaf was only the size of a fingernail, and was very difficult to find. However, this thing had always liked to grow towards the sun, and there was a high chance that it could be found on the sun's side of the mountain. Chu Luiyue thought for a while, and walked towards the mountain on the left. After walking for a long distance, she finally smelled that familiar faint fishy smell. She was overjoyed, it should be in front. However, just as she was about to take a few quick steps forward to retrieve the bone-melting treasured leaf, a transparent enchantment suddenly appeared in front of her, emitting a faint glow. She stopped in her tracks. "Kid, that is not a place you can go." An old and low voice sounded, as if he had just woken up, and there was even a hint of laziness in it. Chu Luiyue looked at the faintly discernible silver lines on the barrier, as well as that astonishing pressure, and tactfully stopped and looked back. Her current location was very remote, and there was no one around. Looking around, those words seemed to have come from the elder lying in the middle of the Medicine Wind Valley in the distance. There was a very long distance between the two of them, and that elder was still lying on that small broken wooden bed, motionless, as if he was sleeping soundly. However, that voice was very clear, as if the person was right beside her. "Kid, what are you looking at?" That voice had a hint of ridicule. Chu Luiyue was sure that the person who spoke was indeed that person. She was secretly surprised. The Medicine Wind Valley was so big, but everything was obviously under the control of that elder. This huge barrier should be his handiwork. She cupped her fists in the direction of that elder and bowed respectfully. "Student Chu Yu greets elder." "N. Chu Yu." Hearing her words, the elder's voice carried a bit of surprise. Then, Chu Luiyue saw that the elder who had been lying motionless finally sit up. He covered his eyebrows with one hand and glanced over. Even though she couldn't see the other party's face and expression clearly, Chu Luiyue was very sure that the other party was sizing her up with curiosity. "You're the brat who was sent to Pengmin Mountain after just one day." Chu Luiyue, it turned out that she was already so famous in Lingxiao College, student is ashamed. She lowered her head slightly. Just now, this student only wanted to take a few pieces of bone-melting precious leaves. "I didn't know that I couldn't go there." I didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me. It's your first time here, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The elder didn't seem to blame Chu Luiyue. Instead, he laughed. However, it seems that Wan Zheng is very satisfied with you. He actually let you come to the Medicine Wind Valley so quickly? The elders were obviously familiar with each other. Chu Luiyue didn't know how to respond for a moment, so she obediently quieted down. The location of the bone-melting precious leaves is indeed strange, but it's still within the boundary. Go and take it, but don't cross the boundary. There was a subtle fluctuation behind her. Chu Luiyue looked back and saw that the light on the boundary had dimmed a lot. It was obvious that the elder had deliberately reduced the power of the boundary. Feeling that the pressure that made her chest feel uncomfortable had been greatly reduced, Chu Luiyue breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She immediately took a few steps forward and pushed aside a patch of barren grass. Sure enough, she found a few stalks of bone-melting precious leaves in the narrow crack under a huge rock. The leaves were dark green in color and were only the size of a fingernail. The edges were jagged and covered with a faint layer of white frost. They looked crystal clear like green jade. If one looked carefully, one could see the fine veins in the leaves, which looked like a skeleton. Chu Luiyue carefully took a few leaves. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The fine strands of hair on her forehead fell down, making her cheeks slightly itchy. She straightened her back and inadvertently looked forward. Suddenly, her eyes focused. After the power of the boundary was greatly reduced, the scene that was originally blurry became much clearer. This also allowed her to see the scenery that she had not noticed before. In the distance, there seemed to be a dark blue lake. The lake water was clear and there was a faint layer of white mist on the surface of the lake, adding a bit of hazy beauty. However, this was not the reason why Chu Luiyue was so shocked. She frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the translucent pink flowers blooming on the surface of the lake, and waves rose in her heart. That was dancing lotus. Large patches of dancing lotus swayed gently on the surface of the lake, as if it was a paradise. The dancing lotus was extremely precious and difficult to cultivate. Even Chu Luiyue did not dare to guarantee that she could cultivate a dancing lotus. Thinking back to the time when she wanted to get that one, she went through many twists and turns, and now, there were so many of them here. Just as Chu Luiyue was shocked, a wave of light flashed in front of her eyes, and a strong pressure attacked her. She suddenly came back to her senses and quickly took a few steps back. When she looked up again, the boundary had returned to its original appearance. However, the lake and the blooming dancing lotuses that he had seen just now had already become blurry and disappeared. For a moment, Chu Luiyue almost suspected that she was hallucinating. However, the faintly discernible fragrance lingering on the tip of her nose reminded her that everything was real. "Kid, you have taken the things, and it's time to go." The elder's voice fell in her ears. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips, retracted her gaze, and turned to walk in the direction of the elder. After passing through half of the Medicine Wind Valley, Chu Luiyue finally arrived at the center. She bowed respectfully. "Student greets elder." Elder Meng Ye's hair was a little messy. He was dressed in a white robe, barefoot, and sat lazily on the small broken wooden bed. One leg was stretched out, the other was bent, and his elbow was on his knee, very casually. He opened a pair of small eyes and looked up and down at Chu Luiyue. "Tsk. You look quite obedient, but your courage is very big." He chuckled and asked ambiguously. "Did you see anything just now?" Chu Luiyue paused and shook her head. "Student didn't see anything." "Tisk." Elder Meng Ye picked up a piece of wood in his hand and knocked it directly on Chu Luiyue's forehead. "You're so young and you're still not telling the truth. This old man won't eat you." Chu Luiyue hissed and answered honestly, "I'm sorry." Student knows her mistake. Student just saw a patch of blooming dancing lotus. "Is there anything else?" "No." Elder Meng Yi was satisfied and snorted softly. "That's more like it. In this Medicine Wind Valley, no one is allowed to be secretive with this old man, do you understand?" Chu Luiyue said sincerely, "Thank you for your teachings, elder." By the way, you don't have to tell Wanjing about this when you go back. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Why? Why? Elder Meng Yi snorted softly. That herb garden is. Forget it, forget it. Why are you asking these questions? Just remember this old man's words. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly jumped. Herb garden. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1183. The elders and students of the academy all needed herbs from the Medicine Wind Valley to refine pills. In the entire academy, only one person had her own herb garden. That student whose name was erased from the Azure Sky roll. In that case, that herb garden belonged to that person? Chu Luiyue thought to herself. Previously, she had only heard Zhong Sun mention that the dean had specially dug out a piece of land from the Medicine Wind Valley for that student to use as her herb garden. And that place was off-limits to others. Chu Luiyue had originally thought that it was hidden in some secret place, but she did not expect that it was right beside the Medicine Wind Valley. It was just that the elders had used a barrier to separate it, so the people in the Medicine Wind Valley were unable to detect it. Chu Luiyue recalled that when she had first arrived, she had stood at the top of the mountain and looked around. At that time, she did not see any extra boundaries. Now that she thought about it, that herb garden should have been concealed by some special means. Originally, Chu Luiyue did not have much interest in that herb garden, but when she saw the large expanse of blooming dancing lotuses, she suddenly felt extremely curious and wanted to investigate. She also could not say where this feeling came from. It was as if there was something hidden inside that had an inexplicable attraction to her. But these were only thoughts that flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind. She lowered her eyes. Elder is right, this student will definitely keep it in mind. Elder Meng Yi liked this attitude very much. He laughed mischievously. All right. You don't need to be nervous, you are Wan Zheng's disciple after all, this face has to be given. Right, let's calculate the points for these things. He pointed to the side with his mouth. Only then did Chu Luiyue see a green jade token hanging at the head of the bed. Thinking about it, it should be his. Just put your black jade token on it. Chu Luiyue obediently did as she was told. The moment the two tokens touched, a white light flashed. Chu Luiyue clearly saw that the number on it had changed from 6 to 5. She immediately felt her heart ache. So expensive. These few herbs were not ordinary items, so the price was naturally not cheap. Fortunately, these were given by Elder Wanzheng, so they were still acceptable. In the future, she would definitely have to pay for it herself. Chu Luiyue took back her black jade token and bowed to bid farewell. After her figure disappeared from the Medicine Wind Valley, Elder Meng Yi stroked his beard and lay back down. He crossed his legs and swung his feet. Why does this kid? Why does he look so familiar? Chu Luiyue returned with the herbs. Elder Wanzheng, when he saw her return, he smiled. Everything went well? Chu Luiyue said. I didn't let Master down. I've brought everything back. Elder Wanzheng counted the items and nodded in satisfaction. He then asked, what are you doing? Medicine Wind Valley, Chu Luiyue pondered for a while and said seriously, sect is a place. Ha 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 ha, Elder Wanzheng laughed loudly. Not. It is indeed a place full of spirit and beauty. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered slightly. To be able to cultivate so many heavenly treasures at the same time, the existence of the Medicine Wind Valley itself was a miracle. Only the Lingxiao College, with its 10,000 years of heritage, could have such a deep and long heritage. There are a lot of good things in there. If you want to refine pills in the future, just go there and take the herbs. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. Elder Wanjing sharply caught the change in her expression and couldn't help but ask, why? Is there a problem? This, Chu Luiyue smiled embarrassedly. Many of the herbs in the Medicine Wind Valley require a lot of points, so it was because of this. Elder Wanjing reacted and waved his hand casually. I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just points? As long as you can quickly break through to become a 9th grade celestial physician and enter the green cloud role, I will definitely prepare a generous gift for you. During this period, if you need any herbs, just let me know. They are all public funds. Deduct them from me. What were points? With such a rare genius disciple, who knew how many people would be envious to death? He had waited for so long and finally found a good disciple. How could he not do his best to nurture her? In comparison, wasn't it normal to waste some points and use some medicinal herbs? His heroic words immediately made Chu Luyue energized. Master, are you serious? Elder Wanzheng pretended to be angry and glared at her. How could Master lie to you when you say that? Don't worry. Chu Luyue smiled until her eyes curved into crescents, and her starry eyes sparkled. Then I will thank you in advance, Master. Elder Wanzheng waved his hand. Come. Let me see if you can refine a 9th grade pill. Chu Luyue nodded, walked to the side of the cauldron, and arranged the herbs in order. Bang! She slapped her hands on the mouth of the cauldron. 2 clusters of red flames instantly surged out. The entire cauldron was filled. Boom! The flames burned fiercely. The surrounding temperature also rose by a lot in an instant. Chu Luyue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she methodically placed the herbs in one by one to refine. All kinds of herbs gathered in the flames of the cauldron. Elder Wanzheng looked at her smooth and skillful movements from the side and felt a wave of excitement in his heart. When he said that he wanted Chu Yu to enter the green cloud role within 2 to 3 months, many people expressed their doubts. This time, he must let his precious disciple blind their eyes. He yelled heroically, "You're so lucky. Disciple. Refine well. Refine without worry. With Master backing you, you can refine however you want." Digression, 3 seconds of silence for Elder Wanzheng. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1184. With that, Chu Luyue was relieved. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Of course, she had to cherish it. Hence, she quickly recalled the herbs she had seen in the Medicine Wind Valley today. After doing some calculations, she finally came to a conclusion. She had struck it rich this time. Even if it was because Elder Wanzheng was willing to spend so much money, she had to refine the pills properly this time. Thousands of miles away, in the dark feather abyss. Surrounded by mountains, it was verdant and rich. In the middle was an azure water body. Countless trees grew in it, adding to the beautiful greenery. The sky and water merged into one. The tree branches swayed, and water poured down from one direction, forming a faint silver waterfall. It was like a river flowing through the forest. It was magnificent and wonderful. This was an extremely special place in the divine ruins world. It was said that thousands of years ago, there was once a king of equipment refinement who had successfully refined a king's source tool here. It was a pity that he had exhausted all his strength and essence chi. Not long after he had refined it, he had died. That king's source tool had been lost in the dark feather abyss since then, and its whereabouts were unknown. For thousands of years, countless cultivators from the divine ruins world had come here. They had dug 3 feet into the ground to find that king's source tool. However, the dark feather abyss was full of danger. Cultivators had died here one after another, but no one had found that item. Gradually, the number of people who came here decreased. However, in recent months, strange phenomena had occurred in the dark feather abyss. Many people guessed that the king's source tool was about to be born. Hence, everyone was shocked. Many forces were eager to take advantage of this opportunity to take it for themselves. Originally, the Spirit Firmament Academy rarely participated in such matters. However, it was different this time. That was because the king of equipment refinement who had died here back then was from Lingxiao College. Hence, this time, a team formed by several elders and students had made preparations and come here. Rong Xiao and the others had been waiting here for a full 10 days. During this process, there were still people coming from all over. Some people wanted to retreat when they saw Lingxiao College's team. In the end, they tactfully chose to leave. But there was still a part that remained. It was true that Lingxiao College was the #1 college in the Divine Ruins world, and it was also true that Rongxiu and the others were backed by extraordinary first-rate families. But even so, it was not enough to dismiss everyone. After all, the Yuntian Tower was not the only first-rate family in the Divine Ruins. Moreover, with benefits in front of them, who would care about such things? At this time, everyone had gathered at Dark Feather's Abyss, waiting for the appearance of the legendary King Yuan device. It has already been so long. Other than the occasional strange phenomenon in the sky, there has been no reaction from below. I don't know when that treasure will appear, a young woman's voice came from the crowd of Lingxiao College students. It's a king-grade origin tool after all, so it's only natural that it would take a lot of effort. He had already waited for thousands of years. What was a little bit more to him? Someone beside him consoled him. Yeah. It has been a long time since a yuan tool of this level has appeared in the Divine Ruins world. Moreover, this belongs to a senior elder of our academy. No matter how long it takes, we still have to wait. Not only do we have to wait, but we also have to successfully bring that thing back. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip be a waste? It would be embarrassing for the academy. They discussed in low voices. However, Rongxiu did not say anything from the beginning to the end. He just stood at the side and waited patiently. He wore a snow-white brocade robe and stood tall and straight. He seemed to be quietly admiring the scenery of Dark Feather's Abyss. But if one looked closely, they would see that the surrounding heaven and earth origin force was quickly and silently surging into his body. This was something that his companions had already noticed on the way here. But every time they saw it, they could not help but feel shocked. Only a person who had completely stepped into the god level could do this. But he was still able to do it so smoothly and casually. It was so easy that it was hard for others to even feel jealous. When a person was slightly more outstanding than the people around them, they would often be envied and even ostracized. But if the difference was so great that they could only look up to him, then those emotions would turn into admiration and admiration. Rongxiu was the second type. It was not that no one wanted to surpass him, but it was just too difficult. Rongxiu has left the academy for a few years, right? I didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly. Even some of the academy's elders might not be his match now, right? Didn't they say that the Yuntian Tower has been in chaos these past few years? I thought he would be busy dealing with these matters and would not have the time and energy to cultivate properly. Who knew? Now that the Yuntian Tower is in his hands, his strength has increased greatly. How did he do it? You're asking me? If I knew, would I still be like this? The group of people roared with laughter, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But sometimes, there were people who liked to ruin such an atmosphere. He just broke through to the god level a step earlier. What's there to be suspicious about? Wei Shiping's face was cold, and his voice was laced with sarcasm. The surrounding people gradually quieted down. Many people looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. A young woman smiled and said, "That's easy. Wei Shiping, you're a famous genius cultivator. Don't tell me you don't know how difficult it is to break through to the god level a step earlier." They were about the same age, and they had entered the academy at the same time. But now, Rongxiu had broken through to the god level, and they could only look up to him. The gap between them was getting wider and wider. How could they not be moved? Wei Shiping gritted his teeth and did not reply. He thought to himself, when I have the chance, I'll teach Rongxiu a lesson. This time, when the King's Source tool appeared, I must get it before Rongxiu. Rongxiu was completely oblivious to all the discussions. He kept devouring the force of heaven and earth around him to strengthen his cultivation base. At the same time, he looked down at the scenery below and around him. His handsome and devilish face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly came from the sky. The originally noisy discussions all disappeared. Everyone raised their heads to look. In the originally cloudless sky, dark clouds were rapidly gathering. The wind howled, and thunder rumbled. The sky quickly darkened. It's for real this time. That thing is about to appear. On a mountain peak not far away, a burly man with dark skin laughed. Just in time. Let me see how big of a commotion this King Source tool can cause. Rong Xiu looked up as well. His deep eyes were calm and unfathomable. Rumble. Tianlei landed. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 1185. The waterfall below gradually stopped flowing. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blue water. As time passed, the whirlpool gradually expanded and swallowed all the trees in the surroundings silently. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and started to rotate slowly, forming a huge storm. Between heaven and earth, there was darkness. The wind howled, and the pressure was heavy. The people waiting on the peaks of the dark feather abyss were all energized. Judging from the situation, the King Yuan artifact was about to appear. When all the water in the water is sucked dry, that will be the time when the King Yuan artifact appears. At that time, we must act quickly and snatch the artifact before anyone else. Elder Shu Feng instructed seriously. Everyone nodded their heads and waited for the battle to begin. Time passed slowly. Under the whirlpool, there seemed to be a black hole that kept swallowing everything around it. The storm in the sky also gradually came down. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene. At a certain moment, just as the whirlpool was about to disappear, the storm hit. The two collided. Boom! A loud sound came from within. The next moment, a dazzling light burst out from within. Now! Elder Shu Feng gave the order and took the lead to charge out. The people behind him also moved out. At the same time, the people waiting at the dark feather abyss all rushed over. Lingxiao College was actually the fastest. Seeing that they were about to take the lead, the others started to panic. The dark-skinned brawny man who spoke earlier suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Everyone! Let's join forces. Elder Shu Feng and the others' hearts sank when they heard this. Sure enough, the man then shouted again, Hey! This treasure was left behind by the people of the Spirit Firmament Academy back then. If they want to snatch it, it will be much easier for them than for us. Why don't we join forces to defeat them first and then decide who the treasure belongs to? His voice was deep and full of energy. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice spread out between the heavens and the earth. Many people hesitated for a moment and looked at each other with complicated expressions. Elder Shu Feng shouted angrily. Golden Wing Sect. How dare you? The man laughed out loud. I've already dared to steal from you in front of you. What's there to be afraid of? Their Golden Wing Sect was also a first-rate sect in the Divine Ruins world. Moreover, they had a deep foundation and were full of confidence. Lingxiao College had a prestigious status, but it was just a college after all. It was true that there were many experts, but it was still different from the orthodox sects and aristocratic families. After all, it was impossible for Lingxiao College to have all the elders and students risk their lives for the school. Moreover, even though the treasure that had appeared today was a rarely seen king-grade origin tool, it definitely wasn't enough for Lingxiao College to fall out with everyone because of it. That was why they dared to snatch it so brazenly. In addition, there were other people present, so they were even more unscrupulous. Everyone. What are you hesitating for? Since you're already here, do you intend to watch the treasure fall into the hands of others? This sentence finally made the people from the other sects and clans make up their minds. Swoosh. 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 Those who had originally planned to charge toward the center had all turned around and were heading toward the people from Lingxiao College. Other than Lingxiao College, there was also the Four Directions sect here. Their numbers added up to almost 180 people, which was several times more than Lingxiao Academy's side. Even if the people from Lingxiao College were all quite strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand the siege of so many people. After all, if they dared to openly oppose them, their strength wouldn't be too weak. If they were to fight against them, they would definitely lose today's battle. Several groups of people surrounded the Spirit Firmament Academy, trapping them within. Elder Shu Feng's mind raced as he looked at Rongxiu. Rongxiu. We'll hold them back. Find an opportunity to retrieve that item. Rongxiu nodded slightly. Ha! Do you think it's that easy to dodge? The man sneered and charged toward Rongxiu. I'll take you on first. Rongxiu raised his eyes slightly. His expression was cold, and there was no emotion in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. What? Not only the man who was about to fight Rongxiu, but also the other people who were watching were all shocked. They weren't shocked that Rongxiu knew how to teleport, but they were shocked that he could still move so easily and freely under such strong suppression. There were quite a number of great gods present. Even if they were all great gods, they might not be able to escape so quickly. The next moment, Rongxiu appeared behind the crowd. He was only a short distance away from the dazzling ball of light. The man from the Golden Wing sect was the first to react. He shouted, "Stop him." Elder Shufeng ordered, "Let's go." Go. The two sides clashed and quickly descended into a chaotic battle. A few cold gusts of wind came from behind, but Rongxiu did not turn around. He quickly dodged them and easily avoided them. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the location of the storm. Standing there, everything was presented clearly in front of his eyes. The water from before had disappeared, and there was only a huge black vortex spinning slowly above the swamp-like wetland. It was dark and bottomless. Looking down from above, it looked like a giant beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Once one fell into it, endless torture and death awaited them. At this moment, the storm formed by the gathering dark clouds in the sky had already connected with the vortex. The grayish-black storm was also gradually being swallowed by the black hole. At the point where the two connected, there was a ball of light that was emitting a dazzling light. It was only the size of a person's head, and its light was soft and bright. It was exuding a vast and divine aura. Rongxiu stared at it, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This aura, it doesn't seem to be a king-grade yuan device. Die. Rongxiu's momentary daze gave the people behind him an opportunity to attack. The difference in numbers was too great. Even though the people from Lingxiao College had already done their best, they were gradually at a disadvantage. Some people took the opportunity to break through their defense line and went straight for Rongxiu. Sensing the cold aura behind him, Rongxiu's expression turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He did not turn around. He only raised his hand and waved it. A golden light flew out. It formed an extremely sturdy barrier around him. The muscular man who was originally confident of victory suddenly changed his expression. At this moment, Rongxiu had already rushed forward and grabbed the ball of light. Pfft! Elder Shu Feng could not fight against 4 hands with 2 fists, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he immediately noticed the commotion on Rongxiu's side, and he couldn't help but be elated. He endured the bloody smell in his mouth and hollered. Activate the formation. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1186. The elders at the side moved simultaneously. Chi. Rays of brilliant light flew out and intertwined in midair. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge Xian formation. A faint suppressive aura spread out from it. The surrounding space was distorted, and several black spatial cracks appeared. They're leaving. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. The man from the Golden Wing sect looked at Rongxiu with anger and jealousy. However, for some reason, he did not move forward, as if he was afraid of something. Hearing that shout, he hesitated for a moment and turned around. Destroy their Xian formation. Everyone knew that once the Xian formation was completed, the people from Lingxiao College would be able to escape quickly. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to stop them. Everyone attacked together. Elder Shu Feng and the rest did not care about their own safety and increased the speed of building the Xian Formation. The Xian Formation was complicated and beautiful. As the patterns on it were completed, the aura on it became stronger. "I'd like to see how you're going to go back today." With a low shout, the man from the Golden Wing sect suddenly leaped up. He held a huge black axe in his hand and slashed it down fiercely. Crack! A crack appeared on the Xian Formation. Terrifying energy surged out from the crack. It scattered in all directions. The faces of Elder Shu Feng and the others turned pale. If the Xian Formation was destroyed, they would not be able to rush back to the academy in time. With so many people attacking them, they would definitely be defeated. He was furious and looked at the man. "Jean Lei. Do you really want to go against Lingxiao College?" Jean Lei laughed. "Elder Shu Feng, please don't misunderstand. At the end of the day, all we want is that King Source tool. As long as you hand it over, I promise to let you go immediately. Furthermore, I'll personally come and apologize to you on another day." Elder Shu Feng was so angry that he laughed. "This thing originally belonged to Lingxiao College. You've gone overboard by snatching it so brazenly. Do you still want us to hand it over? 1,000 years have passed." Jean Lei interrupted him with an arrogant look on his face. "This thing was not refined in your Spirit Firmament Academy. Even the weapon refining king from back then had fallen here. Not even his bones were left. Then, how can this treasure belong to your academy? Since it's an ownerless item, what's wrong with us snatching it? You're being unreasonable." Elder Shu shouted. "Stabilize the Xian Formation." Jean Lei raised the axe in his hand again. "Everyone, lend me a hand." There was already a crack in the Xian Formation. If there was another crack, it would definitely collapse completely. The others also seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. They all revealed excited expressions and poured their origin power into the axes. A terrifying power surged forth. Heaven and earth. The sweet and fishy taste in Elder Estranged Wind's mouth became even thicker. The rest of the people's Lingxiao College. Right at this moment, a golden streak of light flew over. Of the Xian were of the sun, following this buzzing sound, the Xian Formation that was on the verge of collapse quickly recovered. The golden light also quickly split into many small branches that spread to the surroundings. In an instant, it covered more than half of the Xian Formation. Seeing this scene, even the people from the Spirit Firmament Academy were shocked. Rong Xiu had dabbled in Xian masters, but he had always been outstanding as a martial artist and an instrument refiner. Therefore, everyone had always thought that although his comprehension of Xian masters was also very good, it could not be compared to his other two talents. But now, they realized that Rong Xiu had already become a top-notch expert in Xian masters. This Xian Formation was successfully constructed with the combined efforts of so many people. Rong Xiu had actually repaired the Xian Formation that was on the verge of collapse with his own strength and completed the remaining parts. Wei Shiping looked at the man who was floating in mid-air with his clothes fluttering in the wind. His white clothes fluttered like an immortal, but he was so powerful that people could only look up to him. Rong Xiu, was the gap between them already so big? He clenched his teeth and lowered his eyes to hide the unwillingness and jealousy that flashed across his eyes. At this moment, the Xian Formation was finally completed. Elder Shu Feng immediately shouted, "Open." Following his command, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the brilliant Xian Formation. "Rong Xiu. Let's go." Elder Shu Feng anxiously shouted. Rong Xiu took a step forward, and his figure quickly disappeared into the crack. Then, the Lingxiao College students followed suit. Seeing them leave one by one, Jean Lei could not help but grip the axe in his hand tightly and was about to rush forward, chase. The people behind him hurriedly dissuaded him, "No. This Xian Formation has torn space. The other end must be Lingxiao College. We can't go there." "That's right. We can still fight them here, but if we go to their territory, I'm afraid. Everyone was discussing and expressing their opposition. Jean Lei's face darkened. If they let them leave with the Emperor-grade Yuan tool, they would not be willing to do so. There's a special barrier outside Lingxiao College. It's heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to enter or leave as they wish. I'm guessing that they're going to return to Fangzhou first. As long as they can make it in time, it's not impossible. He looked around and scanned the crowd with his cold eyes. Suddenly, he sneered. Have you forgotten? That's a Emperor-grade Yuan tool. Since we've already offended Lingxiao College, what's the difference? His words made many people waver. After all, the Emperor-grade Yuan tool was too tempting. Look! That Xian formation doesn't seem to be closed properly. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone, including Jean Lei, looked over and saw that the crack suddenly paused just as it was about to close. Jean Lei did not hesitate at all. In a flash, he followed the person. Naturally, the people from Golden Wing sect followed closely behind. The remaining people looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. A middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Let's go. We've already offended them. If we give up now, we'll be giving the treasure to Golden Wing sect for nothing. After saying that, he immediately moved. Everyone was already tempted. After hearing what he said, they no longer hesitated and rushed forward. Lingxiao College. Chu Luiyue was refining pills halfway up the mountain. Elder Wanzheng was standing beside him. The surroundings were quiet, and the atmosphere was tense. Chu Luiyue's previous 2 attempts had failed. This was already his 3rd attempt. However, Elder Wanzheng was not too worried. It was not easy to break through from an 8th-grade celestial physician to a 9th-grade celestial physician. If Chu Luiyue succeeded on his first try, it would be too strange. The process was very smooth, and he was about to reach the final step. Chu Luiyue held his breath and controlled the flames in the cauldron to fuse all the herbs together. Boom! The flames burned even more fiercely. However, at this moment, Elder Wanzheng's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and looked in the direction of the entrance of the college. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1187. There was quite a distance between here and there, but Elder Wanzheng was still sensitive enough to detect a dangerous aura. His brows furrowed tightly, and he was about to leave. But after taking half a step, he suddenly remembered that Chu Luiyue was refining pills beside him. He forcefully suppressed the waves in his heart. After thinking about it, he still decided to stay here and wait for Chu Luiyue to finish refining the pills. Even if the academy was really in danger, there were other elders around. It wouldn't hurt to be a little late. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue was at the crucial moment of refining the pills. It wouldn't be good if they were to interrupt her. Chu Luiyue also realized that something was wrong with him. She turned her gaze and looked at him. His face was filled with anticipation and excitement, but now it was filled with nervousness and worry. Her heart also sank slightly. Master, what's wrong? Elder Wanzheng quickly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. Just concentrate on refining the pills. Master is here to help you. Don't be distracted. It's almost done. Chu Luiyue didn't believe him. She had been in the academy for quite some time, but she had never seen Elder Wanzheng with such an expression. She wanted to ask again, but after thinking about it, she held back and put her attention back on refining the pills. In the flames, a fist-sized pill had already appeared. Feeling the power contained in it, Chu Luiyue was slightly relieved. This time, she might really succeed. Although she was a 9th-grade celestial physician, she couldn't help but feel excited and happy to be able to climb up this ladder after her rebirth. Every day since she was reborn, she hoped that she could return to her peak and even become stronger. She didn't expect that the first to succeed would be a celestial physician. She held her breath and became more careful. Elder Wanzheng, who was at the side, still couldn't completely relax. From time to time, he would look in that direction. The Academy's operation this time was confidential. Even some elders weren't clear about it. It showed how important this matter was to everyone. Calculating the time, they had been gone for more than 20 days. It was normal for them to return at this time. But that fluctuation, it was obviously strange and uneasy. Whoosh! Whoosh! In midair, several figures flashed past. Those were obviously the elders who had sensed that something was wrong and hurried over. Elder Wanjing slowly clenched his fists. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. She originally also wanted to concentrate on refining pills, but that subtle change in aura on Elder Wanjing's body seriously made her unable to ignore it. She stared intently at the pill in the cauldron, carefully controlling the flame to condense it, and said, "Master, if there's really something urgent, you can go first. Anyway, I'm almost done here." "That won't do. I want to see it personally." "You don't have to care about those things, just focus on refining pills." Elder Wanjing was very insistent. Chu Luiyue had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words. However, he was getting more and more curious. For Elder Wanjing to be so worried, it must not be a small matter. Just now, a few elders had already flown over the sky. It seemed like they were heading towards the entrance of the academy. Could it be that someone had barged in to cause trouble? However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by Chu Luiyue. This was Lingxiao College. Who would have the guts to cause trouble here? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for themselves? The red flame continued to burn, and the pill in it gradually condensed. A medicinal fragrance wafted from it. Elder Wanjing's eyes lit up. He could not help but take a step forward and clasped his hands tightly in front of him. Was this about to succeed? Whoosh! Another silhouette flew across the sky. Elder Wanjing instantly felt as if he had been hit by a bucket of cold water. It seemed that the situation was worse than expected. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at Chu Luiyue and the pill in front of her. He did not blink, and his heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, time seemed to pass exceptionally slowly. The medicinal fragrance of the pill was getting stronger. Chu Luiyue held her breath and activated the force in her body. It transformed into flames and surged out crazily. Buzz! A strong wave of energy circulated in the cauldron. Chu Luiyue's heart calmed down. The pill was about to be formed. She slammed her hand on the cauldron. The flame exploded. The pill in the middle became rounder and rounder. Lines and lines began to appear clearly on the surface. Chu Luiyue's lips were already a little pale. To the current her, it was indeed a little difficult to concoct a 9th-grade medicinal pill. After this round of refining, she had basically used up all her strength. In addition, she had already failed twice before, so she had even less energy left. Therefore, this pill was really hard to come by. Waves of weakness assaulted her, almost making her legs go soft. She bit the tip of her tongue and used the sharp pain to force herself to be clear-headed. The faint smell of blood spread between her lips and teeth. However, Chu Luiyue did not care about that at this moment. As long as she could successfully refine the pill, Elder Wanjing's promise would be fulfilled. Thinking of this, she used all her strength to send the last bit of strength in her body into the cauldron and merged it with the flame. Whoosh! The pill suddenly flew up. It seemed to want to escape. Chu Luiyue clenched her teeth and controlled it. As long as she could hold on a little longer, this pill would. Wanjing! Why are you still here? Fang Zhou is already in a mess. An anxious voice suddenly sounded. It was Elder Huafeng who had rushed over. That thing is now on Rongxiu, and it's being besieged by them. Bang! An explosive sound came from Chu Luiyue's cauldron. Black ashes scattered in all directions. A thick burnt smell filled the air. Chu Luiyue's pill was destroyed. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1188. This explosion successfully attracted Elder Huafeng's attention to Chu Luiyue's existence. The main reason was that things happened too quickly. He was so anxious that he directly spoke when he saw Elder Wanzheng. He didn't see that Chu Luiyue was beside him. The scene fell silent. Only the smell of burnt flesh spread out, indicating what had just happened. Chu Luiyue looked at the extinguished medicinal cauldron in front of her with a heavy gaze. The inside and the edges were all black. Just a step away, even the lines on the cauldron were about to be drawn. Her hands slowly clenched. The atmosphere became tense and subtle. Only then did Elder Huafeng realize that he seemed to have done something wrong. He opened his mouth and looked at Elder Wanzheng nervously. Did I come at the wrong time? Elder Wanzheng glanced at him faintly. Was there a need to ask? That kid was about to succeed just now. He had been suppressing himself and patiently waiting for Chu Yu to successfully refine a 9th-grade medicinal pill. But now, all his efforts were in vain. Chu Yu, Elder Huafeng also felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, he saw that the young man had already turned around. His usually delicate and gentle face no longer had the usual smile. Instead, there was an inexplicable coldness. Elder Huafeng. The young man said coldly. Elder Huafeng's heart trembled inexplicably as he subconsciously responded. Sigh. You just said that Feng Zhou is in chaos? Rong Xiu. Senior brother Rong Xiu and the others are being besieged. Yes. Why do you ask this? Elder Huafeng originally thought that she was angry because the pill was destroyed and wanted to argue with him. He didn't expect that she would ask this question. He didn't think much and nodded. But after saying that, he thought that it wasn't good to let the students know about this matter, so he added, but don't worry, we're going over now. There won't be any big problems. As he said that, he looked at Elder Wanzheng and gave him a look. Elder Wanzheng sighed in his heart. Chu Yu, you go back first. As for the matters outside, we will take care of them. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. If the matter could be resolved so easily, Elder Huafeng wouldn't have been so nervous when he came, and he wouldn't have said such words. Now, all these were just to comfort her. However, she did not reveal these thoughts. She only pretended to believe him and let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought. Actually, Master wanted to leave just now, but I was delayed because I was refining pills. She looked at Elder Wanzheng. Master, you should hurry up and take a look with Elder Huafeng. Elder Wanzheng sighed. All right. It's a pity that your pill today could have been completed. Chu Luiyue smiled. This student has already grasped the knack of it. Sooner or later, I will succeed. You don't have to worry. But your previous promise still stands, right? Elder Wanzheng saw that she had a good attitude and didn't blame the heavens for this failure. He was even more impressed. Of course it still counts. Moreover, Elder Huafeng is partly responsible for today's matter. In the future, he will give you some points as compensation. Elder Huafeng didn't know what the master and disciple were up to, but it seemed to be just giving points. It wasn't a big deal, so he immediately agreed. That's right. I will definitely compensate you when I come back. The smile on Chu Luiyue's lips deepened as she bowed respectfully. Then this student won't delay Master any longer. I will take my leave first. Elder Wanzheng thought that she wanted to go back and think about refining pills, so he agreed directly. Thinking that there were still some troublesome matters outside that had not been dealt with, the two elders quickly left. Soon, only Chu Luiyue was left on the mountain. When the two elders disappeared, the smile on Chu Luiyue's face gradually disappeared. There seemed to be a dark tide surging in her black jade-like eyes. Fengzhou City. Someone actually dared to come here and look for trouble with Lingxiao College? The key was, what is that thing? Because it was on Rongxiu, so Rongxiu's situation wasn't optimistic. She turned around and walked down the mountain. Fengzhou. In mid-air, several groups of people were in a stalemate. Rongxiu stood in the middle, surrounded by people from the Golden Wings sect and other sections. On the outer layer, there was Elder Shu Feng and the others, as well as the people from Lingxiao College who were rushing over. And at this time, the number of people was still increasing. In the city below, countless people raised their heads to watch, their hearts and minds trembling. Who would have thought that they would be able to see such a scene in Fangzhou City outside Lingxiao College? Those people in the sky were all experts from the top sects in the Divine Ruins world. And now, the focus of their battle was obviously Rongxiu. Elder Shu Feng and the others had ugly expressions. According to the previous plan, as long as they activated the Xian formation, they could directly create a teleportation array and return to the college directly. They didn't expect these people to follow them here like maggots. Jean Lei and the others were not in a good mood either. They wanted to take down Rongxiu in Fangzhou City as soon as possible and take back the thing. Who knew that Rongxiu's fighting strength was so strong that he had dragged it out until now? More and more people came out of Lingxiao College and gathered here. If this continued, their situation would only get worse. They had to end the battle quickly. But both sides were afraid, so they were in an awkward situation. Finally, Jean Lei raised the axe in his hand and thunder roared under his feet. He went straight for Rongxiu. Everyone, attack together. Finish him. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1189. Inside Lingxiao College, many elders gathered together and headed to Fangzhou together. The atmosphere in the entire academy quietly became tense. When Chu Luiyue rushed to the entrance of the college, she saw that many students had already gathered around the Qingming Square. Obviously, they already knew that something was going on outside. Chu Luiyue slowed down her footsteps and blended into the crowd, so she didn't stand out. Many students were whispering to each other. Have you heard? Something seems to have happened outside. Someone seems to have come to Fangzhou to cause trouble. I heard that Elder Shu Feng and the others are now fighting with them outside. Some of the elders in the college have also rushed over. Who exactly is it that has the guts to actually barge into our academy? It seems that there are people from the Golden Wings sect. They have never interacted with our college and are extremely arrogant just because they are powerful. And this time, it seems that they are trying to steal something. Other than that, a few other sects have joined forces. Even if they want to steal something, they don't have to kill their way here, right? Aren't they just looking for trouble? Do they really think that our college is a pushover? It seems that they are after an extremely precious treasure. Previously, senior brother Rongxiu and the others came back to retrieve this item for the college. Just now, I accidentally heard an elder say that because of this item, senior brother Rongxiu was besieged by them. I don't know how he is now. After all, they are just outside our college. We can't really let them succeed, right? All kinds of discussions entered Chu Liuyue's ears, causing her to become more and more agitated. Her brows were tightly knitted together. It turned out that Lingxiao College had sent a letter to Rongxiu to talk about this matter. Rongxiu had never mentioned it, so she didn't ask in detail. After all, there were so many people moving together, and there were many elders in the college. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any danger. But now, Rongxiu was clearly in danger. Her heart was filled with anxiety, but she could only console herself. After all, they had already arrived at Fangzhou City, right next to the academy. Even if they really encountered danger, they would still have the support of so many elders from the academy. Since Elder Huafeng and the others had already rushed over, they should be able to make it in time. More and more students gathered around. The originally quiet Qingming Square became noisy. Chu Luiyue calmly walked in that direction while thinking about how to quietly go out and take a look. Although the academy's barrier was heavily guarded, knowing that Rongxiu was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Chu Yu. A familiar voice came from the side. Chu Luiyue frowned and stood still. When he raised his head, his expression had returned to normal. Zhusheng, sure, why are you here? In addition to these two people, Luo Yanming was also beside them. The cultivation of these three people was different, so it was rare to see them together. Zhuosheng winked. Why do you think we're here? Of course it's the same as you. Luo Shishir patiently explained. We were originally cultivating with Master, but something happened at the last minute. Master left, so we came here. We just happened to meet fifth brother. The master she was talking about was Elder Wensi. Chu Luiyue nodded. I was refining medicine just now, and Elder Huafeng came over and called Master to leave together. In fact, many students were in this situation. Therefore, Luo Shishir and the others didn't think much of Chu Liuyue's explanation. Did you hear what those people said just now? Zhuosheng asked mysteriously. How dare they chase us to Fangzhou to rob us? Are they crazy? Luo Yanming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The Golden Wing sect is tyrannical. Although they are also a first-class family, their inherited cultivation method is very domineering. In the sect, from the sect master to the disciples, their combat strength is extremely strong, so they have always been very arrogant. It's not surprising that they would do such a thing. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. The item that could make Lingxiao College send out so many elders and students was definitely not an ordinary item. It was obvious that it would arouse the jealousy of outsiders. Moreover, the other party seemed to be the joint forces of several sects, so they were naturally not afraid. As long as they finish the battle quickly and don't stay here for too long, it won't be a big problem. Zhuosheng looked at him strangely. Yanming, how do you know so much? Luo Yanming was silent for a moment. Master said a few more words before he left. Elder Huafeng had a carefree personality. After hearing the news, he was very shocked and didn't bother to hide it. As he spoke, Luo Yanming and the others beside him heard most of it. The few of them, Chu Luiyue recalled the situation just now and mourned for the 9th grade pill that he should have successfully refined. Elder Huafeng is sometimes in a hurry, dong. A low and melodious sound of a bell rang out. It came from the Donghuang bell tower. The square quickly quietened down, and everyone looked up. Elder Bo Yen stood upstairs with one hand behind his back. His hair was white, and his expression was calm. There's a small accident outside the school, but it will be resolved soon. Everyone, go back first and cultivate in peace. A deep and powerful voice spread out majestically. It was gentle and clear in everyone's ears, making them unconsciously calm down. Originally, some of the students were still worried and uneasy, but after hearing Elder Bo Yan's words, they gradually calmed down. Actually, thinking about it carefully, this was Lingxiao College's territory after all. Could they really let outsiders come and behave atrociously? The elders had seen all kinds of storms and waves, so it was naturally not a problem for them to deal with these problems. However, at this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Elder Bo Yan, as a member of the school, the safety of the school is closely related to us. Therefore, Ziyuan requests to go out and fight. In the quiet square, this voice was particularly abrupt, and everyone heard it clearly. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the source of the voice. It was the person standing behind the crowd, Jiang Jiwan. At that moment, Liang Xiaoxiao and the others were standing behind her. However, the words that came out of her mouth still attracted everyone's attention. Elder Bo Yen smiled. I've already said that there's only a small problem. The school has already sent out a few elders to deal with it. You can just stay in the school without worry. Jiang Jiwan pursed her lips, and her face was full of worry. But Senior Rongxiu, Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. She, the official princess consort, had yet to speak, but Jiang Jiwan was so proactive. She really didn't know whether to praise her for her perseverance or for her stubbornness. Jiang Jiwan's behavior might be seen as infatuation in some people's eyes, but in Elder Bo Yan's eyes, it was a little immature. His expression was a little cold, and he asked indifferently. Are you doubting Rongxiu's ability, or doubting the abilities of the elders in the school? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1190. His words woke her up from her daze. Jiang Jiwon originally wanted to fight for a chance to go out, even if it was just to show her face in front of Rong Xiu, to let him know that she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. But now that Elder Bo Yan had spoken, she suddenly realized how stupid she was to say such words in front of everyone. I didn't mean that, she was a little flustered and hurriedly explained. I'm just worried about Senior Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu's talent and ability is the best in Lingxiao College, and now he is the holy son of Yuntian Tower. Don't tell me that his ability to protect himself is not as good as yours, and you need to worry about him? Elder Bo Yan's tone was calm, but his words made Jiang Jiwon even more embarrassed. The square was silent. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Jiwon also became complicated. That's right. Elder Bo Yan's words were not without reason. The situation outside was indeed dangerous, but many of the elders in the Lingxiao College had already been mobilized, and they could not allow those people to behave atrociously in the Lingxiao College. Furthermore, Rong Xiu himself was the first on the Green Cloud Roll of Honor, and she was only a demigod. What was the use of worrying here? Even if she went, she would only be adding to the trouble and become a burden to everyone. Since that was the case, then her words were exceptionally pfft. Someone wants to put on a show of being infatuated in front of everyone, but she has to see if she has the qualifications and ability. Someone from the crowd sneered. Jiang Jiwon's face instantly turned red and white. She quickly raised her head to look, trying to identify who said that. But there were many people in the square, and the voice was unfamiliar, so she could not recognize who said that. She bit her lips tightly, her face full of grievance. In the past, when she showed such an expression, she would receive a lot of love and sympathy. But this time, it did not seem to be of any use. When the Lingxiao College was in trouble, everyone's first thought was the Lingxiao College, and not her. Jiang Jiwon's actions were obviously for her own benefit, so everyone did not think much of it, and even felt disgusted. Exactly. Elder Bo Yan had already told everyone to go back and wait patiently, but she insisted on going. What could she do there? Was he sending himself to death? Haha. I think she thinks too highly of herself, doesn't she? She was worried about senior brother Rong Xiu. What was her status? Hee, actually, I'm also very worried about senior Rong Xiu. However, I know what I'm capable of. I won't cause trouble for senior brother and the elders at this time. The mocking words were like steel needles piercing into Jiang Jiwon's heart, tearing her self-esteem and face to shreds. He threw them on the ground and trampled on them. She had always been favored by the heavens. No matter where she was always the most pampered and proud existence among the crowd. But now, those people looked at her as if they were looking at a joke. Jiang Jiwon's limbs felt weak. She couldn't understand. She had only said a few words and didn't do anything wrong. Why did it suddenly become like this? Elder Bo Yan looked at her pale face and her dispirited look and shook his head. I heard from your master that you're about to break through. Cultivate well in this period of time. These words gave Jiang Jiwon a way out. She bit her lips and forced herself to reply, then quickly turned and left. That proud head that was always held high finally drooped down at this moment, and the figure of his back revealed a bit of panic and embarrassment. Liang Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances with each other. Their faces were filled with awkwardness, and they quickly left together. After this brief interlude, many people in the square felt a little more relaxed. Seeing Elder Bo Yan's meaning, there shouldn't be any problems. Hence, under Elder Bo Yan's urging, the gathered students quickly dispersed. Let's go back first. Zhuo Sheng moved his arms. Sure, I didn't quite understand what master taught me just now. Why don't you spar with me later and help me sort it out? Although his current realm was slightly higher than Luo Shishir's, in reality, Luo Shishir's talent as a martial artist was more outstanding than his. Zhuo Sheng already knew this, so he often patiently asked Luo Shishir for advice. Luo Shishir nodded. Luo Yenming thought for a while and said, then I'll go back and comprehend the Xian formation first. Although they had just arrived at the academy, they also felt the great pressure of competition here. So even if they were talented and had a good foundation, they didn't dare to relax at all. Chu Yu, what about you? The few of them looked at Chu Luyue. She smiled. Since you're all going back, I'll naturally go back too. The group of people dispersed. Chu Luyue walked a distance towards the celestial physician, but in the end, she didn't go up the mountain. At this time, the sky was getting dark and the sun was setting in the west. She chose an extremely secluded spot. After confirming that there was no one around, she raised her wrist. On her snow-white wrist, a peach blossom quietly bloomed. With a thought, her figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Relying on teleportation, Chu Luyue silently arrived at the edge of the Academy's barrier. Probably because the Academy's elders had increased their vigilance, the barrier was faintly glowing, and it was full of pressure. She held her breath and stared at the barrier. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Elder Bo Yen was right. Fang State City was just outside the Academy, and no one dared to behave atrociously here. The elders had already moved together, and it shouldn't be a problem to deal with those people. Moreover, Rong Xiu was indeed powerful. Chu Luyue had known Rong Xiu for so long, but until now, she still wasn't sure what realm Rong Xiu had reached. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Chu Luyue pursed her lips, and her heart was in a fierce struggle. If she went, she might become a useless burden like Jiang Jiwon. If that was the case, she might as well wait here peacefully. Moreover, the Academy's barrier was heavily guarded. It was almost impossible for her to sneak out without attracting anyone's attention. After thinking about it, Chu Luyue turned around and prepared to go back. However, just as she moved, a wave suddenly came from her dantian. The wave didn't come from the water droplet, but from the Black Pyramid. An extremely faint golden light seeped out from the 3 cracks. At this moment, for some reason, the black seal actually showed signs of loosening. This was, Chu Luyue's eyes narrowed. Just as she was thinking about what this meant, a silver light suddenly flashed in front of her. She focused her eyes and saw that the dagger that Rong Xiu gave her suddenly flew out by itself. Buzz! The dagger vibrated. The sharp edge of the blade shone with a cold light. Murderous aura overflowed. Chu Luyue's heart suddenly jumped. Rong Xiu, danger! Without thinking, she immediately turned around and ran toward the barrier. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1191. Chu Luyue grabbed the dagger and held it tightly in her palm. As such, she could feel the violent tremors even more clearly. Chu Luyue's heart also seemed to be beating faster, as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She quickened her pace and soon felt the pressure from the barrier. The closer she got, the heavier it felt. She was at the foot of a mountain. There were a few huge rocks piled up beside her, and she quickly hid behind them. Because the sky had darkened and this place was desolate to begin with, not many people came and went, so no one noticed her. However, Chu Luyue did not dare to relax. She thought that she knew that the difficulty she had to overcome was not this, but the huge barrier in front of her. What method did he have to use to open the barrier without making a sound? Chu Luyue frowned. Suddenly, a white light flashed in her mind. That's it. Previously, when she first entered the academy and stood outside the barrier, some vague memory fragments flashed through her mind. She did not know who set up a small Xian formation and connected it to the barrier. Then, like a key, it easily opened the barrier. If she could also construct that Xian formation, then, this thought made Chu Luyue restless. She closed her eyes and began to frantically search through that memory fragment. If she remembered correctly, that Xian formation did not seem to be particularly difficult. With her current strength, she might be able to succeed if she put in some effort. However, at that time, the scene had only flashed past her eyes. She hadn't even realized anything before the scene had completely disappeared. Therefore, she only had a vague impression. She did not remember what that Xian formation looked like. And now, what she needed to do was to recall the Xian formation in its entirety and in its entirety. This was easy to say, but when it came to doing it, it was full of difficulties. Her memory was mostly missing, so even she did not know when that memory belonged to, and did not know what happened before and after that. This made it even more difficult for her to recall. She wanted to pick up that vague memory fragment now, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Her surroundings were quiet, and a gentle breeze blew past, blowing the hair on her forehead. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating. Countless images flashed through his mind. At this moment, time became extremely difficult to endure. Finally, she recalled the fragment and began to search for the details in her mind. In the blurry image, there was still a pair of fair and slender hands. That pair of hands lightly waved in the air, and several streams of light danced, quickly forming a profound formation. In Chu Liuyue's eyes, that small Xian formation was actually just a blurry ball of light. She did not give up and patiently watched. The same scene continued to play out. Again and again, over and over again. She even stared at every movement of his hands, not missing a single detail. Finally, the general outline of the profound formation was gradually revealed. She was overjoyed. Originally, she didn't have much hope, but she didn't expect this move to actually work. And it was much faster than she had expected. Gradually, the position of every line on the profound formation was gradually drawn out clearly. This process was actually very strange. It was as if a layer of mist had covered the glass, and nothing could be seen clearly. But when she wiped away the mist bit by bit, everything started to become clear. Everything happened naturally, as if she already knew what the Xian formation was like. Just as this thought surfaced, Chu Liuyue's heart suddenly jumped. She almost subconsciously frowned and denied this guess. The reason why she could do it so smoothly was probably because she was a level 9 Xian master in the past, and her comprehension of profound formations had always been very strong. It was normal for her to occasionally master it. Chu Liyue didn't pay too much attention to this matter, and quickly focused all her attention on the profound formation. After a period of time, the last stroke was finally seen clearly. She suddenly opened her eyes. She gently raised her hand and slowly drew in the air. Several streams of light flew out and intertwined in front of her, dazzling and moving. Chu Liyue followed what she had learned before, and followed those steps very strictly, bit by bit. Soon, a rough outline of the profound formation appeared in front of her. But because it was her first time, she wasn't very familiar with many parts, and Chu Liyue's current Xian master rank had yet to recover to level 9, so even though this profound formation was barely outlined, it was still a little rough. But Chu Liyue was already very satisfied with this. She held her breath and focused, staring at the profound formation, and filled in the remaining lines one by one. As the profound formation continued to be perfected, the pressure and aura on it also gradually increased. When she solemnly and carefully drew the last stream of light and completed the profound formation, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She tried her best to suppress the excitement in her heart, and looked up to the front. The Academy's barrier was only 10 steps away from her. She gently raised her wrist and sent the small profound formation out. At first glance, it looked like a butterfly that was about to take flight, lightly flying over there. It danced lightly in the air. Chu Liyue held her breath. Thump. Thump. Her heart seemed to be tightly clenched by something. It was beating intensely, and the sound was incomparably clear. This short distance actually seemed to be exceptionally long at this moment. Finally, the profound formation flew to the front of the barrier. It was like a thin piece of paper that was gently attached to the barrier. This was the moment. Chu Liyue suddenly felt that there seemed to be some kind of subtle connection between herself and the barrier. This feeling was not unfamiliar. She pursed her lips and walked forward, landing soundlessly. As she approached, the pressure and power on her body also became more and more terrifying. When she stood in front of it, even her bones faintly hurt. But Chu Liyue didn't have the heart to care about this at this moment. She stretched out her hand according to the image in her mind. Crack. An extremely soft sound was heard. The huge barrier slowly split open from the middle. This movement was extremely small, and even the barrier beside it wasn't affected at all. It was still as calm as before. Chu Luiyue raised her leg and stepped out. Boom! Chu Luiyue had just walked out of the barrier when she heard a loud sound coming from afar. She suddenly raised her head, and her expression was immediately shocked as her pupils shrank. In the sky far away, hundreds of people were fighting. The sound just now came from there. Forces of various colors flew and collided wildly. It was extremely chaotic. But Chu Luiyue still saw Rong Xiu at a glance. At this moment, he seemed to be surrounded and attacked by a group of people. His snow-white brocade robe was already stained with several messy bloodstains. And those people had no intention of letting him go. A sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the air. It went straight for Rong Xiu's back. The peach blossom on Chu Luiyue's wrist bloomed enchantingly. The force around her surged wildly. In the next moment, her figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1192. Rong Xiu felt the cold wind coming from behind him. His eyes turned sharp and golden light surged in his palm. Suddenly, he paused and a rare look of surprise flashed across his face. In that moment of hesitation, the sharp arrow had arrived behind him and was about to pierce through his body. Rong Xiu. Elder Shu Feng and the others were shocked when they saw this scene from afar. Their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock as they cried out in a deep voice. Get out of the way. How could Rong Xiu be distracted at a time like this? Jean Lei sneered. The corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes were full of mockery. He was almost sure that he would win. Rong Xiu was very good at fighting. Previously, they had besieged him, but they did not gain any advantage over him. But so what? At this critical moment, there was no room for absent-mindedness or hesitation. The slightest mistake could lead to extremely serious consequences. However, just when he thought that he could wait for Rong Xiu to be injured and defeated, a slender figure suddenly appeared behind Rong Xiu. That person appeared so suddenly that he did not even cause any energy fluctuation. He was already there. Teleportation. When Jean Lei and the others saw this scene, they all had the same thought in their minds. Those who could teleport were at least great deities. However, they had already surrounded Rong Xiu. The elders outside had tried several times but failed to break in. How could this person, clang? A crisp and powerful sound of collision was heard. That person was holding a black sword and had blocked the sharp arrow. Swish. That person raised his wrist slightly and the sharp arrow was deflected. It brushed against the black sword. The sound was ear-piercing. But soon after, that person's black sword quickly slashed down, directly cutting the arrow in half. Crack. Everything happened in an instant. Who is that? Jean Lei and the others tensed up and looked over. However, when they saw that person's face, they were all stunned. That was a young man? It was indeed a young man. He wore a light green brocade robe, and his figure was slender and tall. His appearance was delicate and pretty, and there was a hint of youthfulness on his face. He definitely didn't look more than 20 years old. That was a child who didn't seem to be on the same level as them. But at this moment, with the black sword in his hand, he suddenly and swiftly broke through their blockade and appeared behind Rong Xiu, blocking the arrow for him. Almost instantly, everyone understood. He had used some kind of yuan tool that could teleport. There was a moment of silence in the chaotic scene. Chu Luiyue held her sword with both hands. That arrow almost made her hand go numb. If she hadn't been cultivating with Debao all this time and greatly improved her physical strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to block that move. She could feel countless pairs of incomparably sharp eyes around her, which were like blades scraping her body. Who are you? Jean Lei shouted in a deep voice. He subconsciously wanted to see what realm this person was in, but he was surprised to find that the other party had concealed his aura extremely well. Even he couldn't pry into the young man's true strength. However, to be able to block that arrow, he seemed to be at least a rank 9 martial artist. Facing such a young face, it was really impossible to associate him with a god-level expert. Chu Luiyue turned a deaf ear to his words and only turned her head to look at Rongxiu. Their gazes met. The surprise and astonishment in Rongxiu's eyes had all dissipated, leaving only a heavy and indiscernible darkness. Between the ripples, there seemed to be an undercurrent surging. Just this one glance was enough. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. His complexion and aura looked good, so he shouldn't be too seriously injured. And he seemed to be quite at ease. Her gaze quickly swept past the messy bloodstains on his clothes. Most of them shouldn't belong to him. This made her heart finally calm down, but at the same time, a thought flashed through her mind. Rongxiu's strength was indeed stronger than she had expected. This man, Chu Yu. Just as the people here fell into a strange silence, the few elders in the distance finally saw Chu Luiyue's face clearly and couldn't help but be shocked. Elder Wanzheng was the most shocked. His face, which had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was now filled with shock. After the shock, it was anger. Why are you here? Didn't this kid say that he was going back? Why did he suddenly appear here? And he directly rushed to the center of the group of people who were besieging him. Did he think that he had lived too long? Chu Luiyue wanted to explain, but the surrounding people were staring at her covetously, so she didn't have the chance to speak. Chu Yu? Jean Lei's dark eyes swept across Chu Luiyue and sneered. Looks like you're also a student of Lingxiao College? He quickly ran through his mind. Among the first-rate families in the Divine Ruins world, there was no one with the surname Chu. This made him even more unscrupulous, and he didn't take Chu Luiyue seriously at all. Today, he had even offended the Yuntian Tower and so on. Why would he be afraid of such a small thing? You're quite bold at such a young age. Chu Luiyue gripped the long yuan sword in her hand tightly, but her expression didn't seem to be nervous. Hearing this, she even laughed. Everyone praises me like that. Jean Lei's eyelids twitched violently, and his expression quickly turned cold. Looks like the elders of your college really don't know how to teach people. Didn't anyone tell you that there are some people you can't afford to offend? Chu Luiyue blinked, then looked at Rongxiu and asked with incomparable sincerity. Senior brother Rongxiu, are they all people I can't afford to offend? When she said, Senior brother Rongxiu, her voice was clear and gentle, and she slightly dragged the last syllable. Listening to it, it was like a feather gently tickling one's heart, making one's heart itch. Looking at her clever and cunning eyes, as well as the witty smile on her lips, Rongxiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly, and his eyes darkened slightly. Her character really hadn't changed. If it weren't for the fact that there were still so many people here, he calmly suppressed the desire in his heart, and his thin lips curved into a perfect arc. Of course not. His voice was deep and magnetic, and every word seemed to be whispering softly beside one's ear, making one unconsciously sink into it. You can provoke me however you want. The conversation between the two of them was ambiguous, but to the others, it sounded a little ungrateful and even arrogant. Jean Lei laughed as if he had heard a joke. Ha! He raised the axe in his hand and pointed it directly at the two of them. Everyone, there's not much time left. A piercingly dangerous murderous intent suddenly erupted from his body. When the elders in the distance saw this scene, their hearts pounded violently. Elder Wanzheng anxiously prepared to step forward, but Rongxiu suddenly glanced over. There was a hint of a smile on his incomparably noble face. Elders, don't worry. With me around, I will definitely protect her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1193. Elder Wanzheng and the others were stunned. Jean Lei and the others had already made their move. Almost at the same time, the elders of the academy followed closely behind them. Quite a number of people were stopped. After all, there were many elders from the academy now. In terms of numbers, both sides were basically equal. However, there were still a few people who were faster. They surrounded Rong Xiu and Chu Liyue. Rong Xiu suddenly took a step forward and patted Chu Liyue's shoulder lightly. Just stay here. Leave the rest to me. Chu Liyue felt her shoulders sink. Then, something slid down her shoulder quietly. She opened her hand and quickly put that thing into her universe ring. She looked up at Rong Xiu. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. She nodded without batting an eyelid. Senior brother, be careful. Rong Xiu raised his hand and quickly set up a golden barrier around Chu Liyue. Then, he moved and stood in front of Chu Liyue. I'm your opponent. He raised his chin slightly. His expression was calm, but there was a noble arrogance in his bones. Come at me together. Rong Xiu's words completely infuriated the few of them. Arrogant. In recent years, Rong Xiu was indeed famous as the holy son of the Yintian Tower. It was rumored that his birth mother secretly married someone from outside the world of God and gave birth to him. A few years after he was born, he was found by the people of the Yintian Tower and found. At first, the Yintian Tower planned to execute him directly. After all, this kind of thing was a great stain on the reputation of any first-rate family in the world of God. However, the Yintian Tower kept him alive in the end. It was all because of his amazing talent. Later, not only did he survive in the Yintian Tower, he even became the Holy Sun in one fell swoop. It was rumored that this person was cruel and ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained so much power and control over the Yintian Tower in just a few years while the Yintian Tower's patriarch was in seclusion. Therefore, Jin Lei and the others did not underestimate Rong Xiu from the very beginning. But now, when they heard his words, they still felt that it was ridiculous. After the fight just now, they had a rough idea of Rong Xiu's strength. It was normal for him to be able to hold on for a while, but it was impossible for him to challenge so many of them at the same time. Jin Lei was the first to attack. The others were not willing to fall behind, afraid that the treasure would be snatched away by Jin Lei, so they followed closely behind. Rong Xiu hovered in the air and raised his arm. A ball of golden light quickly appeared in his palm. At the same time, his aura began to surge wildly. With him as the center, a shocking pressure frantically spread out in all directions. Jin Lei's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. After the tough fight just now, Rong Xiu's strength should have weakened, but why did it seem like there was no change from before? At this moment, Rong Xiu looked up. Two clusters of golden flames flashed in the depths of his deep eyes. Jin Lei suddenly realized something, and a look of shock flashed across his face. How did you refine a god? Boom. He did not have time to finish his sentence. Rong Xiu waved his wrist lightly, and the ball of golden light quietly flew out. It was only the size of a fist, and it seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent glass. Inside, it was filled with a rich golden light. When it streaked across the air, it miraculously did not cause any energy waves. It looked very ordinary, and it slowly floated forward. But a look of horror flashed across Jin Lei's eyes, and he quickly retreated. This Rong Xiu, he had actually concealed his true strength before. He retreated in a panic, as if the small ball of golden light was something extremely terrifying. But he was fast, but the ball of golden light was faster. Moreover, he quickly realized that the space around him had become thick and heavy. Every move he made was extremely laborious. Why is his godly territory suppression so strong? The people next to him finally realized that something was wrong, and they all exclaimed in shock. Jin Lei's throat tightened, and the blood in his body almost froze. His mind was in a mess. Rong Xiu was the Yuntian Tower's holy son. According to the rumors, the bloodline power in his body had already awakened, and he had already cultivated the Holy Sun's golden body. The so-called Holy Sun's golden body was also a special divine body. It was a secret technique unique to the Yuntian Tower's Holy Sun. Other cultivators might not be able to cultivate their own divine body even if they became a high god. But the Yuntian Tower was different. Over the years, their holy sons had been able to activate their bloodline power and form a holy sun golden body at the same time. In other words, they had forged their own divine body. Because of this, the Yuntian Tower's holy son's combat strength was usually extremely strong. But there were advantages and disadvantages to this. Once they cultivated the holy son's golden body, they would not be able to cultivate a more powerful divine body. This was also a huge shackle for them. But just now, he clearly felt that Rongxiu clearly displayed a divine body suppression that was stronger than the holy son's golden body. He had two divine bodies. And the suppression of this godly territory was naturally double. No. It was stronger than double. As these crazy thoughts flashed through Jean Lei's mind, the golden ball of light had already flown 3 steps away from him. Rongxiu's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were disdainful. His thin lips curled slightly, and he spat out a word. The suppression was heavy, and it was like a divine judgment. Break. Digression, February. What do you think about your man having 2 godly territories? Rongxiu, calm smile waiting for praise. Pushed someone's face away. That's not important. What's important is that from today onwards, the monthly votes will be doubled. What do you think? February. I've already set the date for October's explosive release. The more monthly votes you get, the more explosive it will be. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1194. Following his command, the golden ball of light suddenly exploded. In an instant, golden light flashed. It was as bright as day between heaven and earth. The brilliant light instantly enveloped the surroundings. A powerful god territory descended. Before the few of them could fight Rongxiu, they were already trapped in this god territory. They instinctively wanted to use their own god territories to fight back, but they quickly realized in horror that in this god territory shrouded in golden light, their strength was severely suppressed, and they could not use their own god territories. In fact, even moving had become extremely difficult. This was truly a situation where they were meat on someone's chopping board. If they could not think of a way to break free as soon as possible, they could only stay here and be attacked by Rongxiu at will. Jean Lei actually had no intention of fighting with Rongxiu again. Dual divine domains, anyone who went up against him would only end up dead. However, even though he tried his best to retreat, it was already too late. This was because the distance between them and Rongxiu was very close to begin with, and he had charged at the front just now. It was too late for him to retreat now. Compared to the few of them who were stuck in a dilemma, Rongxiu, who was in the middle, seemed to be exceptionally relaxed. His gaze darkened, and the space in front of him began to collapse inch by inch. It looked like it was about to reach where those few people were. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if he wanted to, he could directly take their lives now. Not only were Jean Lei and the others shocked, but the people who were fighting in the distance also noticed the commotion and looked over. It was fine if they did not look, but once they did, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. In fact, even Elder Shu Feng and the others did not know how powerful Rongxiu was now. Hence, when they saw this scene, the shock in their hearts was no less than Jean Lei and the others. Wasn't Rongxiu fighting with them just now? How did he suddenly become so strong now? An elder could not help but murmur softly. Elder Shu Feng suppressed the surging waves in his heart. Isn't that obvious? It's obvious that he was hiding his strength. Although they did not know why Rongxiu had suddenly changed his mind and used his true strength, it was still a good thing for them. This round was a sure win. I admit defeat. When the space collapsed in front of him, Jean Lei finally gave up without hesitation. His face was tense, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. From this, it could be seen that although these words were spoken quickly, they were not done willingly. He wanted that treasure. After all, a king-grade origin tool was extremely rare in the Divine Ruins world. Even a first-rate family would crazily chase after it. But before that, he had to be alive. If he really died here today, then it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. In the end, it would all benefit others. Jean Lei had seen many big scenes. Although his temper was irritable and arrogant, he could still bend and stand tall at crucial moments. Rong Xiu. As long as you stop now and let us go, I promise that the Golden Wings sect will never oppose the Yuntian Tower again. Jean Lei saw that the space in front of him was not slowing down, but the pressure on him was getting heavier. He could not help but swallow with difficulty and raise his voice again. I mean what I say. Rong Xiu smiled. Oh. Really? Of course. I'm the sect master's direct disciple. In front of so many people, I will definitely do as I say. As Jean Lei spoke, he could already feel the pressure pressing down on him, causing his face to ache faintly. It was as if a sharp knife was constantly scraping his face. Rong Xiu's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he seemed to be smiling. You should have said this earlier. Do you think you still have the right to bargain with me now? Jean Lei's face paled. He could see the killing intent in Rong Xiu's eyes. Rong Xiu really dared to kill him. Jean Lei was finally completely flustered. Rong Xiu, I just want to snatch that treasure. I never had the intention to kill you. If you kill me here today, the Golden Wings sect will not let this matter rest. You want to use the Golden Wings sect to pressure me? Rong Xiu's tone was languid, and his expression was indifferent. If the sect master of the Golden Wings sect was here, I could still give him face. You. Who are you? His voice was calm, but it carried the most powerful killing intent. Jean Lei choked. Only then did he remember that although he was highly regarded by the sect master, he was not the person in charge of the Golden Wing sect. On the other hand, Rong Xiu, as the holy son of the Yuntian Tower, was on equal footing with their sect master. Rong Xiu seemed to feel that these words were not enough of a blow to Jean Lei. Besides, even if I'm willing to let you go, the academy will still be in charge. The academy may not be so. Causing trouble in Fangzhou City was the same as causing trouble in Lingxiao College's territory. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly and snatch the treasure back. The sect master would definitely protect him for the sake of the treasure. But now, not only did he not get the treasure, he was also in a quagmire. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. You did it on purpose just now. He suddenly realized something and blurted it out. Rong Xiu had been besieged previously, but there were wins and losses, so the two sides were actually in a state of tug-of-war. They also thought that as long as they continued fighting, they would be able to snatch the treasure back from Rong Xiu. But now that they thought about it, Rong Xiu was just stalling for time. He gave them hope, thinking that the treasure was within their reach. In reality, he was just exhausting their strength and patience, waiting for the elders of Lingxiao College to arrive. Now, he had turned the tables and gained the upper hand. Even if they wanted to leave, it would be difficult for them to escape the siege of so many elders. In an instant, Jean Lei's heart was filled with endless regret. It was all in the heat of the moment. If he had known, he would not have followed them. Rong Xiu smiled slightly, admitting it. You're easier to bait than expected. It must have been hard on the sect master of the Golden Wings sect to nurture you for so many years and entrust you with such an important task. In the end, he was just a brainless person. Jean Lei clenched his fists tightly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. His face gradually turned pale, and soon, he was covered in cold sweat. It's all his fault for encouraging us. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand came from the side. We wanted to compete fairly with you, but he urged us to join forces. He also urged us to chase after you. That's right. It's him. It's all the Golden Wing sect's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Rong Xiu. Elders. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This debt should be on Jean Lei's head. In an instant, the other families turned against him, and the situation was reversed. Jean Lay was trembling with anger, and then he laughed bitterly. Good, good, good. Since all of you have said so, then I don't have to be polite with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted in a low voice. The next moment, he actually forcibly broke free from Rong Xiu's god realm. In an instant, his skin and flesh ruptured. Blood dripped everywhere. He went straight for Chu Luiyue on the other side. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1195. Jean Lay's outburst was extremely sudden. No one expected him to suddenly turn around and charge towards Chu Luiyue while he was still begging for mercy. Moreover, he did it in such a decisive manner. Chu Luiyue realized what he was going to do the moment he charged towards her. She moved her feet and quickly dodged backwards. Probably because she was surrounded by Rong Xiu's enchantment, although she was also in the divine realm, she was not affected at all and could still move freely. This also gave her a chance to shake off Jean Lay. However, Jean Lay was already a little crazy at this moment. He was on the verge of breaking down. When those people turned against him and pushed all the blame onto him, he knew that he was finished. The matter had already blown up. Lingxiao College needed an explanation. These clans and sects needed to shirk their responsibilities. Even the sect leader of the Golden Wings sect would not be willing to go against the school and Yintian Tower for him, who had not taken back anything. He knew that he would become a sacrifice for the balance of everything. The situation was set. He had no other choice. Therefore, in his madness, the only way he could think of to protect himself was to kidnap a student from Lingxiao College. It did not matter who the student was or what her identity was. The important thing was that Lingxiao College would definitely not give up on their student in front of so many people. They would definitely give in. These thoughts flashed through Jean Lay's mind in an instant. Therefore, he did not hesitate to make a move. Even if he forcefully broke free from Rong Xiu's divine realm and was heavily injured. But at this moment, he was about to lose his life. Why would he care about that? Black Bone Leopard. He quickly closed in on Chu Luiyue as he shouted. He summoned his own contracted magical beast. To be more precise, it was a contracted magical beast. A vigorous black figure appeared in response to the call. It was a bun that was completely black. Only its eyes were dark green, like ghost fire. It made one's heart turn cold just by looking at it. Its speed was even faster than Jean Lay. In the blink of an eye, it was already behind Chu Luiyue. One man and one beast prepared to launch a pincer attack on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's eyes turned cold. Dumpling. Whoosh. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. A crimson-tailed red phoenix that was crimson all over appeared in everyone's line of sight. It flapped its wings and the flames on its body raged. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned to ashes. Seeing Dumpling, the black bone leopard hesitated for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across its eyes. In the Divine Ruins world, there were quite a few types of divine beasts. But even if they were all divine beasts, there were still differences in strength. Among the divine beasts, there were two primordial divine beasts, the Great Void Phoenix Dragon and the Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix. Behind them were the divine beast clans that possessed the power of their bloodlines. Correspondingly, the stronger the bloodline power, the higher the status. Although the black bone leopard was also a divine beast, compared to Dumpling, who possessed the bloodline of the primordial divine beasts, it was still lacking. The reverence for the two primordial divine beasts' bloodlines that were buried deep in its bones and blood made the black bone leopard fearful, and it even faintly wanted to submit. With just this moment of hesitation, Dumpling had already taken the lead to attack. Boom! A ball of red fire flew out. It went straight for the black bone leopard. The black bone leopard hurriedly dodged, but a part of its tail was still burned. Dumpling directly swooped down. Its sharp claws clawed at the black bone leopard's eyes. The two divine beasts quickly engaged in a battle. Jean Lei's expression froze for a moment. He did not expect that such a young and tender youth would actually contract with such a level of divine beast. This Chu Yu might not be so easy to deal with. But at this moment, Jean Lei already had no other choice. So he did not stop his footsteps and continued to rush towards Chu Luiyue. At the same time, he used all his strength to withstand the terrifying pressure of the Rongxiu and forcefully raised his axe. Fiercely chopped down. Crack. A small crack appeared on the golden barrier. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched. She quickly retreated while circulating the force in her body. Bang! The barrier shattered. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was extremely close. Jean Lei raised the axe in his hand again and chopped down. The void shook. A tyrannical wave crazily attacked. The Rongxiu's expression turned fierce, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, at this moment, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted from Chu Luiyue's hand. A ball of light shot up into the sky. It's that Emperor Divine weapon. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. Emperor Divine weapon. So this was what they wanted to snatch. Immediately after, Chu Luiyue saw that wherever the ball of light passed, a faint glow would scatter. The Rongxiu's golden divine territory actually quietly dissipated. After seeing this clearly, Chu Luiyue's heart tightened, and she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The aura of an Emperor Divine weapon was actually stronger than the Rongxiu's divine territory. She looked up. The light on the ball of light was gradually becoming gentler. From here, she could vaguely see that there was something inside. Moreover, as the light flashed on the ball of light, the outline inside became clearer and clearer. More importantly, the aura on the ball of light was also crazily increasing. Jean Lei's axe had just chopped down when the sharp aura was swept away by the invisible wave of the ball of light and disappeared without a sound. Chu Luiyue sucked in a cold breath. This thing, that's not an Emperor Divine weapon. Elder Shu Feng suddenly exclaimed in shock. That's a venerable divine weapon. The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. Everyone, including the many elders of Lingxiao College, firmly believed that the treasure that appeared from Blue Feather's abyss was an Emperor Divine weapon. According to the records of the college, the equipment refiner back then was indeed a king equipment refiner. No one would have thought that the last thing he left behind was a legendary venerable divine weapon. No wonder. No wonder he died not long after he finished refining it. It was obvious that he had exhausted all his energy and effort for this thing. In the dead silence, Jean Lei was the first to react. The situation of being on the verge of death had stimulated all his potential. He didn't even think about it before he charged upwards. Now, the closest to the venerable divine weapon was Chu Yu, and the second was him. As long as he could surpass that ignorant brat and take the venerable divine weapon for himself, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. When he thought of this, his eyes became even crazier. He chased after him with all his might. The moment Jean Lei moved, Chu Luiyue moved as well. Rongxiu did not pass the item to her for her to lose it. If it really fell into the hands of others, she would not be able to bear the blame. However, she quickly discovered a problem. Under the terrifying power of that treasure, she could not teleport. Because of this, her speed was slower than Jean Lei's. In the blink of an eye, Jean Lei had already caught up. The two of them were very close. Jean Lei directly threw the axe in his hand. It chopped toward Chu Luiyue. You want to snatch it from me? Dream on. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1196. At this moment, Chu Luiyue and Jean Lei were the closest to the venerable divine weapon. Who would be able to obtain it had become the focus of everyone's attention. When they saw Jean Lei directly throw his axe at Chu Luiyue, the faces of the elders on the academy's side changed. Chu Yu. Elder Wan Zhang's heart sunk. That kid was only at the middle stage of rank 7. How could he be Jean Lei's match? If he was hit by this attack, he was afraid that the hearts of Elder Wency and the others were also hanging high in the air. At this moment, no one could make a move. Everything depended on Chu Yu. When Chu Luyue saw Jean Lei, she knew that he was a god-level expert. He was a god-level expert who had stepped into the god-level realm. His level was much higher than hers. Even she knew that if she were to face such a person head-on, she would only have death waiting for her. However, they were so close to each other, and no one could help her. She had to take this attack on her own. Looking at the ice-cold axe that was flying toward her rapidly, Chu Luyue did not hesitate at all and used her strongest combat ability. In an instant, a layer of golden armor covered her body. At the same time, a black shield stood in front of her. Jean Lei didn't think much of it and couldn't help but laugh. My axe is a high-level divine weapon, and it's extremely sharp. Do you think you can just take out a shabby shield and, clang? The two collided. He didn't manage to finish his sentence. His smug expression quickly turned into astonishment and disbelief. Because his axe was actually unable to split open the black shield. Instead, it was bounced back by the intense collision. Swoosh! He quickly dodged. The axe brushed past his face. He had actually cut off half of his ear. In an instant, he felt excruciating pain. His face was covered in blood. Coupled with his already pale face, he looked even more battered and exhausted. That was not all. A strong gust of wind swept past him, and at the same time, it slowed down his speed. The distance between him and Chu Luyue widened again. Jean Lei looked at Chu Luyue in shock and anger. He covered his ear with one hand and couldn't believe what had just happened. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old withstood his attack and even gained the upper hand. One had to know that in order to ensure that his attack would hit the target, he had used all of his strength. It was a great humiliation. What a joke. Then, the young man's face appeared from behind the black shield. His delicate and clean face was pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't completely unaffected by the collision just now. However, in the end, he was still in one piece. Jean Lei couldn't describe how he felt. He looked at the black shield in Chu Luyue's hand. There was something wrong with that thing. Ever since he got the axe, he had been invincible. Invincible. No matter how tough something was, no matter how solid the barrier was, he could easily split it open with his axe. Isn't the barrier that Rongxiu set up like this? However, such a sharp axe was completely useless in front of the black shield. Jean Lei took a closer look and realized that there wasn't even a mark on it. This was definitely not an ordinary yuan instrument. Chu Luyue sensed the madness in his eyes and immediately became alert. All the muscles in her body tensed up. Her opponent's power was much higher than hers. She almost couldn't take that blow. If she were to do it 2 more times, her arm would probably be crippled first. She made a prompt decision and continued to charge towards the thing above her. Dumpling. She let out a clear shout. A red figure quickly approached her. It was Dumpling, who had just finished off the black bone leopard. There were still a few pieces of flesh on its claws. It had been left behind when it had scratched the black bone leopard's face. Chu Luyue leaped and jumped onto Dumpling's back. Whoosh! Dumpling flapped its wings and its speed suddenly increased. Jean Lei instinctively turned back to take a look. His contracted divine beast, the black bone leopard, was now beyond recognition. Its face and body were badly mutilated, and there were several red flames burning on its body. It was rolling around in pain, trying to extinguish the flames. However, how could the flames of the red-tailed phoenix be extinguished so easily? As if sensing Jean Lei's gaze, the black bone leopard raised its head and looked over. All the coldness and ruthlessness in its eyes had disappeared. Instead, it was full of desire and hope. Now, the only one who could help it was its master. However, Jean Lei forcibly retracted his gaze and chased after Chu Luyue. At this time, he was already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he care about anything else? The black bone leopard was already crippled and couldn't help him. He could only give it up. Seeing Jean Lei's action, the black bone leopard's only intact eye moved, leaving only mournful despair. It howled. However, Jean Lei turned a deaf ear to it. He mobilized all his strength, hoping to snatch that venerable origin device before Chu Luiyue. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. He soon realized that after the previous battle, he had used up more than half of his strength. He couldn't catch up to the red-tailed phoenix at all. The distance between the two sides was increasing. This made Jean Lei more and more anxious. If he was unable to seize this final opportunity, then he would probably have to stay here forever. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. Since it was a dead end anyway, he might as well take a risk. Even if he really died, he could drag someone down with him. At this thought, a strange pattern suddenly appeared between his brows. That was the golden wing sex totem. When the totem appeared, the origin power around his body began to boil. It began to rise at an abnormal speed. One of the elders suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Oh no! He's burning his bloodline power." Of course, the disciples of the Golden Wing sect also had bloodline power. However, their bloodline power was different from that of ordinary aristocratic families. Most of them obtained the corresponding bloodline power through cultivation or other methods. And this was also an important condition for them to settle down in the sect. The stronger the bloodline power, the higher their status, and the greater their right to speak in the sect. At this moment, he activated the totem and burned the bloodline power he had accumulated with great difficulty. It was obvious that he was planning to fight to the death. Chu Yu was in danger. However, as soon as he said that, everyone saw that Rong Xiu had already moved. He took a step forward with his long legs and quickly approached Jean Lei. His face was expressionless, as if covered with a layer of frost, cold to the bone. There was no doubt that he had already made up his mind to kill Jean Lei. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1197. Sensing the cold murderous intent behind him, Jean Lei turned around instinctively. After glancing at Rong Xiu, he couldn't help but shiver, and a deep sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Why did Rong Xiu suddenly have such a strong murderous intent towards me? They had been fighting for so long, but Rong Xiu's emotions were calm and indifferent. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Or perhaps, he did not care about those things at all. Even when Rong Xiu attacked with all his might and suppressed all of them, he did not react at all. But now, he had suddenly become like this. Jean Lei really could not understand. The pressing time and the crisis of life and death made him unable to think carefully about this matter. The only thing he could do was to rush toward Chu Luiyue at an even faster speed. Either he could snatch that venerable 1 yuan instrument, or he could kidnap Chu Yu. Chu Luiyue flew upward with Dumpling. At this moment, the venerable 1 instrument had stopped and was quietly suspended in midair. It was still enveloped in a layer of faint light. From where Chu Luiyue was, she could barely see the outline of the object inside. It seemed like it was also a sword. The closer she got, the clearer she could feel the pressure coming from above. Chu Luiyue held her breath. The aura of this sword was several times stronger than the Dragon Abyss sword. The Dragon Abyss sword was personally forged by Taizu. It triggered 81 Tianlei and was considered a high-level divine instrument. Even in the Divine Ruins world, the Dragon Abyss sword was definitely a valuable treasure. After Chu Luiyue came to the academy, she realized that although Taizu was unable to break through to the High God realm and remained at the Demigod realm, he was extremely outstanding in the aspect of weapon forging. However, every time she asked about this, Taizu did not seem to be willing to talk about it. After a few times, Chu Luiyue did not ask any more. The sword in front of her was a venerable 1 instrument. It was 2 whole levels higher than the Dragon Abyss sword. The degree of its tyranny was self-evident. Girl, this venerable artifact doesn't have an artifact soul. You can take it. Taizu's voice suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Artifact soul? That's something that only King Divine artifacts and above have. I'll explain it to you in detail in the future. All you need to do now is to snatch it. The Long Yuan sword was not bad, but compared to this, it was far inferior. Chu Luiyue pursed his lips when he heard Taizu being so excited. Taizu, please enlighten me. The Long Yuan sword has a sword spirit. Although it can't be compared to the sword spirit, with me around, I can lend a helping hand. You just have to find the right time to transfer the sword's soul to that sword. Such an opportunity could be said to be extremely rare. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly hesitated. But Taizu, this venerable one instrument belongs to the academy. It doesn't seem appropriate for me to take it for myself. According to what they had said, the academy had sent out many people and spent a lot of manpower and resources in order to retrieve this item. If she were to do that now, she would feel a little apologetic. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with her. She had only come here because she was worried about Rongxiu. During the crisis just now, Rongxiu had handed this item to her without hesitation so that she could take good care of it. But if she took the opportunity in the end to take it for herself, Taizu was stunned for a moment, then his voice became much calmer. You're right. I was a little impulsive. Just now, when he sensed that this venerable one instrument didn't have an artifact soul, he was too excited and didn't think too much. But after listening to Chu Luiyue's words, he thought carefully and felt that it made sense. Although this venerable one instrument is extremely rare, but, just do as you think. Taizu comforted. It wasn't that he didn't have any regrets. Even he had only heard of the Honorable Master Divine Weapon in legends. Now that such a rare treasure was in front of her, Chu Luiyue chose to give it up. With her intelligence, she would know what this meant. You are the pride of the Shengguan family. Taizu sighed with emotion. With such a temperament, what would she have to worry about in the future? Chu Luiyue also smiled. Thank you, Taizu, for your praise. Then I'll take it back first. At this moment, Dumpling had already flown to the side of the light ball. Chu Luiyue jumped down. She didn't know how it came out just now, so Chu Luiyue wanted to try to get it back into the Qian Kun ring. However, at this moment, the golden lightning suddenly approached. Die. In an instant, Chu Luiyue's hair stood on end. Countless experiences wandering on the edge of life and death had already forged her instincts. She turned around without any hesitation. Jean Lei's fist, which was burning with the power of bloodline, was already in front of her. Chu Luiyue raised her sword. The divine power in her dantian suddenly surged out. Boom! The Long Yuan sword suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. The golden lightning shocked Jean Lei. Divine power. Could this young man really be a god-level expert? He didn't have time to think too much and attacked with all his might. The reason why he dared to fight Chu Luiyue with his bare hands was that his fist was already covered with a layer of scales. Although he had yet to completely forge his own divine body, he had already finished forming this hand. In other words, the power of this punch was comparable to a real divine body. Therefore, Jean Lei was very confident. Clang! The Long Yuan sword and Jean Lei's fist collided. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1198. After a short moment of dead silence, an intense pain came from his hand. The expression on Jean Lei's face instantly froze. Chi! The sound of a sharp sword piercing through flesh was heard, making one's teeth ache. Jean Lei could even feel the sharp tip of the sword rubbing against his bones. A trace of panic finally appeared in his eyes, and he quickly retreated. But, how could it be so easy to come and go as one wished? Chu Luiyue stared at him coldly, her eyes sharp and cold. At the same time, she held the sword tightly and pushed forward again. Helpless, Jean Lay could only change his fist into a palm and forcefully grab the sword blade. Without any hesitation, another large piece of flesh was scraped off. Fresh blood kept dripping from his hand, flowing down the black blade of the long yuan sword. The intense pain caused his face to turn pale. The next moment, he clenched his teeth, grabbed the long yuan sword, and threw it out fiercely. Although Jean Lay was already at the end of his rope, he was still a god-level expert. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Chu Luiyue used her fastest speed to mobilize the godly power in her body and gave Jean Lay this blow. But in many aspects, she was still inferior to him. For example, Jean Lay, who was in a state of madness, threw Chu Luiyue out of balance in an instant. Her body was thrown to the side. A ray of golden light flew over quickly, and a gentle and strong force supported her, allowing Chu Luiyue to quickly stabilize her body. But at this moment, a soft sound of collisions suddenly fell into her ears. Chu Luiyue instinctively turned her head to look. It turned out that after she was thrown out, the long yuan sword that she was holding had accidentally knocked into the ball of light beside her in the process of struggling. The tip of the sword had pierced into the ball of light by about an inch. That sound was produced when the tip of the long yuan sword came into contact with the sword inside. It was crisp, clean, and pleasing to the ear. Just by hearing it, one could tell that it was definitely a peerless sword. If it was any other time, Chu Luiyue would be very happy to hear this sound and see this treasure. It was even better to have a chance to observe it closely. But at this moment, her heart suddenly jumped. The words that Taizu said just now suddenly appeared in her mind. That venerable divine weapon did not have a soul. Chu Luiyue hurriedly tried to pull back the long yuan sword. But when she tried, she realized that the long yuan sword seemed to be sucked onto the sword. It was motionless. At the same time, she could clearly feel that something was gushing out from the long yuan sword and continuously entering the sword. As the long yuan sword's owner, Chu Luiyue knew what it was. Sword soul. The accumulated energy within the long yuan sword began to frantically transfer. This time, Chu Luiyue was really shocked. She did not expect such a mistake. She increased her strength, wanting to take back the long yuan sword. But it was all in vain. The sword in the ball of light was extremely powerful. It was as if he was crazily plundering the long yuan sword. The others did not notice the situation on Chu Luiyue's side. Jean Lay saw that Chu Luiyue stood there motionless after barely managing to stand. He thought that she had been beaten silly and planned to follow up with another attack. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stiffened his neck and looked down. An extremely thin golden line swayed gently in midair. There was a drop of blood on it. It was dark red. Great panic surged in his heart. He turned his gaze and saw that half of his calf had been silently cut off. He didn't even hear the sound of his bones breaking because all of this had happened too quickly. The next moment, that half of his calf suddenly fell under his gaze. He raised his head in horror and saw that Rong Xiu was already not far away from him. It was only because he had focused all his attention on the battle with Chu Luiyue that he did not notice. Rong Xiu floated in the air, and his noble face looked as if it was covered in snow. His pair of deep eyes were like a 1,000-year-old lake, and one look was enough to freeze a person. That was a strong murderous intent. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand was wrapped around a golden line. It was the line that had cut off Jean Lay's calf. Jean Lay's face was pale and his cracked lips trembled. Rong Xiu's slender fingers moved slightly. The golden thread instantly transformed into countless sharp blades of light and flew toward the golden lightning. No, Jean Lay sensed danger and was about to beg for mercy when he felt a chill in his throat. A gush of warm blood suddenly spurted out. It was his throat that had been cut off. Jean Lay raised his hand in a panic and wanted to cover the wound on his throat. But halfway through, he realized that his hand had fallen off. Then, it was his forearm and upper arm. Piercing pain came from all over his body. He opened his mouth, but only the sound of the wind could be heard. He knew that his body was gradually disintegrating. He could even feel the blood in his body gushing out, and it was quickly cooling down. Jean Lei widened his eyes and stared fixedly at Rongxiu. However, his eyeballs exploded the next moment. Annihilation, silent. Countless people were watching this hellish scene, their hearts and minds trembling. The so-called death by 1,000 cuts was nothing more than this. When they looked at Rongxiu again, many people's state of mind changed. He used such a cruel method to kill him, but his expression was so calm and indifferent. This man was really too scary. But the next moment, they saw an even more shocking scene. The young man standing next to the light ball suddenly fainted. The moment he fell, Rongxiu went to his side and picked him up by the waist. Digression: those who are fighting for the star of the monthly votes and star of the recommendation votes, please join the group as soon as possible to verify. Currently, the maximum number of monthly votes is 56 times 2. The star of the commentary vote is still pending. There are only 2 days left. Finally, the release time is October 13th at dawn. Raise the monthly votes. Countdown to release. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1199. Chu Luiyue seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to be constantly tugging and fighting with someone. She couldn't see the other person's face or figure clearly. She didn't even know if the person opposing her was a person or not. There was only an extremely tyrannical force that firmly entangled her and pulled her forward. She desperately retreated, wanting to escape, but her body was still uncontrollably dragged forward. Finally, she saw a huge black abyss appear in front of her. She glanced down and knew that she absolutely couldn't go to that place. Even though she didn't see anything and didn't know what was hidden inside. But her sharp intuition told her that it was dangerous. Her feet were firmly planted on the ground, and she opened her mouth to shout. But everything was useless. She was like a fish struggling in the desert. Waiting for her was only endless darkness and death. Finally, she was still dragged to the edge of the black abyss. One of her feet had already slipped and stepped on air. No, the room was silent. This murmur was especially clear. Rongxiu had been sitting by the bed and holding her hand. Seeing that she seemed to be showing signs of waking up, he was slightly relieved. But when he saw her painful and struggling expression, his heart ached again. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was enduring great pain, and her mouth was still muttering something. Rongxiu held her hand tightly, then leaned closer and kissed her forehead. Soon after, he half-hugged her in his arms and let her head rest on his chest. His other hand gently patted her hand, gently and patiently coaxing her. I'm here. Hearing this low voice, Chu Luiyue seemed to finally calm down, and her brows gradually relaxed. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. What entered her eyes was a blur. She closed her eyes and gradually adapted to the surrounding light, then she could see everything in front of her clearly. This was an unfamiliar room. The room was clean and tidy. Although there weren't many things, those that were placed were extremely precious. There was a low-key nobility everywhere. Chu Luiyue immediately reacted. This wasn't her residence. No. Wasn't she outside just now? He's awake? Rongxiu's voice came from above. Chu Luiyue raised his head and looked at him in a daze. Their eyes met. Her eyes were extremely beautiful. In the past, they were always bright and resplendent, flickering with a clever and crafty light. At this moment it was unknown whether it was because she had experienced too many things, or because she had just woken up and had yet to regain her senses, but her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. It was so hazy that she couldn't see clearly, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Rongxiu. Senior Marshal Brother? Chu Luiyue looked at him and called out subconsciously. He didn't even forget to add the last 2 words. Rongxiu's eyes instantly darkened. They were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. He bent down and kissed her lips. Their breaths touched each other, and their warm breaths spilled out. Even the air seemed to have become ambiguous. Chu Luiyue was caught off guard, and before she could react, her territory was already taken over by someone else. She was about to struggle, but Rong Xiu had already grabbed her hand tightly and deepened the kiss. But when Chu Luiyue was a little out of breath and wanted to push him away, he restrained himself and let go of her. The man's deep eyes swept across her exceptionally moist lips. He raised his eyebrows and reached out to wipe her lips. His slightly rough fingertips brushed against her soft lips. It was a little rough. His eyes were very dangerous, as if he was suppressing something, but his actions were exceptionally gentle. After a while, he stopped and pinched her chin, raising her face slightly. After looking around carefully, he nodded his head in satisfaction. You shouldn't be able to tell now." Although he wanted to continue, he restrained himself when he thought of the group of people waiting outside. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched. At this moment, she had already recalled everything that had happened before she fainted. She remembered that she had been fighting with that man, but he had flung her away. Then, the long yuan sword had collided with the venerable artifact, and the sword spirit had also moved inside. And because she could not withstand the pressure produced during the process, she had fainted. After that divine artifact? She widened her eyes slightly and grabbed Rong Xiu's arm. "That sword, don't worry, that thing is fine." Rong Xiu knew what she was going to ask, so he immediately gave her an answer. His tone was calm with a hint of his usual laziness, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. No matter when, he seemed to be so calm and collected. Chu Luiyue's mood was also affected by this, and she calmed down a lot. She heaved a sigh of relief. That's good," she thought. That thing, the owner of that thing had once left a notebook in the academy. "I'll help you look for it later." Rong Xiu's sudden words stunned Chu Luiyue for a moment. What? Owner? Notebook? What did she want that for? Seeing her reaction, Rong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly thumped violently. "Wait, could it be, you still don't know?" Rong Xiu spoke softly with a faint smile. "That venerable artifact has already recognized you as its owner." Chu Luiyue slowly widened her eyes. For some reason, it lacked a weapon spirit, and the sword spirit of your long yuan sword had entered it, causing it to become your origin item. Rong Xiu explained slowly. Logically speaking, the sword spirit of your sword would not be able to suppress that venerable artifact, and the only possibility was that it would be devoured and destroyed. However, for some reason, the sword spirit took the initiative, and in the end, this was also one of the reasons why you fainted. At that moment, the two forces collided, and you could not withstand it, so you fainted. Chu Luiyue heard every word Rong Xiu said clearly, and she understood it very well. However, when strung together, she was a little confused. To be more precise, she was completely stunned by the development of this matter. She really didn't want to take that thing for herself. She had even told Taizu about this matter back then, and she had clearly planned to leave it for the academy. How did it become hers in the end? Rong Xiu gently touched her face. "Don't worry, everyone saw the situation clearly at that time. You did not deliberately take it for yourself, but accidentally bumped into it when you were attacked. Also, no one knew that the venerable artifact did not have a weapon spirit. Everything was just a coincidence, and the elders will not blame you." Hearing this, Chu Luiyue finally found her voice. She struggled to ask. "Then, where are we now, and where are the elders?" Rong Xiu said. "Oh, we are now in my residence, and Elder Shu Feng and the others are still waiting in the hall outside." Chu Luiyue's gaze suddenly became strange. "So, how did I carried you back?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1200. These few simple words contain too much confidence. Chu Luiyue couldn't accept it for a moment and fell silent for a moment. She had seized the venerable artifact that the academy had painstakingly snatched back. Rong Xiu carried the unconscious her back. Just like that, the two of them stayed in his room, allowing the elders to wait outside. Chu Luiyue rubbed her temples. She felt that there was no need for her to go out anymore. Given the current situation, once she stepped out of that door, she would probably die without a corpse. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. A young man's cautious voice came from outside. Senior brother Rong Xiu, is junior brother Chu Yu awake? Elder Wanzheng and the others are very worried. They all said that if he hasn't woken up yet, they would like to come in and take a look. Chu Luiyue, Rong Xiu couldn't help but laugh when he saw her pitiful expression. After a moment, he raised his voice slightly and said, "Go and tell the elders that she's awake. After a short rest, I'll bring her over." Yes. That person's attitude towards Rong Xiu was also very respectful. After responding softly, he quickly left. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes in despair. Won't I be beaten to death if I go out? Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "Who dares?" Although he had a smile on his face, his tone was slightly raised, with a faint pressure, domineering and domineering. However, this expression only flashed past for a moment. He got off the bed first and then carried the person on the bed out of the blanket. "Do you want to put on your own clothes, or do you want me to help you?" In fact, in order to make it easier for Chu Luiyue to rest, he only took off her outer clothes, and her inner clothes were still intact. However, when these words came out of his mouth, there was an inexplicable ambiguity. Chu Luiyue glared at him. "You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? We still don't know how to deal with those elders when we go out later." Rong Xiu kissed her face before reluctantly putting her down. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry. It seems like you're really worried about what the elders will do to you. How rare." Chu Luiyue had just put on her outer robe and was tidying her hair. She turned to look at him when she heard him. "What?" "Nothing." Rong Xiu's expression was as usual, and his thin lips held a slight smile. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. On one hand, the matter with the venerable artifact was an accident, you didn't do it on purpose. On the other hand, you saved me, so it's only right that I stay and take care of you." With Rong Xiu around, Chu Luiyue felt more at ease. She was actually just thinking about how to deal with the elders' interrogation. After all, there were simply too many things that she had to explain to him. She took a deep breath. "Let's go." The hall was silent. Several elders sat in a row. Wei Shiping and the others had already been sent back. Those who were still here were all important figures in Lingxiao College. Even Elder Bo Yan, who was not involved in the matter outside, was here. No one spoke. Everyone's expressions were different, but they were all rather complicated. From time to time, some people would look at Elder Wanzheng who was sitting in front. Elder Wanzheng could only pretend that he did not see them. In fact, he was not in the mood to care about what these people thought. His mind was filled with the scenes from before. He thought that he had taken in a genius disciple and was very proud of it. But it was only now that he realized that this disciple of his was too good at hiding. Also, he was too good at causing trouble. Now, even he did not know how to exonerate that brat. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Everyone in the hall immediately raised their heads in unison to look at him. Two figures could be seen walking over, one in front and one behind. The one walking in front was Rong Xiu, who had changed his clothes. And one step behind him was Chu Luiyue, whom everyone was waiting for. The two of them walked into the hall. Countless pairs of eyes fell on them. To be precise, they were all looking at Chu Luiyue. In fact, when Rong Xiu appeared in the school, he would be the center of attention. Situations like this, where he appeared with others but was ignored by everyone, were extremely rare. Even if Chu Luiyue lowered her eyes slightly, she could still feel those solid gazes on her, making her feel uneasy. Rong Xiu greets the elders. Sorry to keep you waiting. Rong Xiu bowed politely and calmly. Chu Luiyue followed. Student Chu Yu greets the elders. For a moment, no one spoke. Chu Luiyue felt that the situation was getting worse. Fortunately, Elder Bo Yan was the first to speak. Rong Xiu, take a seat first. Rong Xiu shook his head and smiled. With the elders here, Rong Xiu does not dare to sit together. Rong Xiu declined, and Elder Bo Yan did not continue to persuade him. Anyway, his personality had always been like this. He would do whatever he wanted and would not do. He would only listen to his own thoughts. No matter what others said, it was useless. Therefore, Elder Bo Yan turned his gaze to Chu Luiyue. This was the first time he looked at this new student at such a close distance. Although he had a deep impression of this student before, he did not take a closer look. But today, he had to take a good look. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with the name Chu Yu. From successfully passing the examination at the beginning of the month and becoming Wan Zhang's disciple, to being imprisoned in Min Mountain after entering the school for a day. Any one of them would leave a deep impression on people. Moreover, such a big incident happened today. Chu Yu? Elder Bo Yan stroked his beard, but his expression was still calm. Are you feeling better? Chu Luiyue quickly replied. I am much better. Thank you for your concern, Elder Bo Yan. Humph, suddenly, a cold sneer came from the side. Do you really think I am concerned about you? If not for the fact that you took the venerable divine weapon, Guan He. Elder Bo Yan raised his voice slightly and looked at him with a warning look. Elder Guan He was so angry that he snorted and turned his head away. Am I wrong? The people of the school planned for months and gathered forces from all sides. It was not easy for us to wait for that item to appear and bring it back. But before he could even enter the academy, it had already become his. No matter what, we have to make him give us an explanation. His words did not hide the blame for Chu Luiyue. Elder Bo Yan frowned and was about to say something when Rong Xiu spoke first. Elder Guan He, you are wrong. It was not easy to get that venerable divine weapon, and it is also not bad that it became junior brother Chu Ning's. But you can't blame her for this. Elder Guan He's expression changed. Rong Xiu, are you trying to absolve her? In order to bring that item back safely, you suffered a lot, but in the end, after all, the item had always been with Rong Xiu, and he was the one who was attacked. He was one of the few people who had the most right to speak. Rong Xiu smiled. I am not trying to absolve her. What I said is the truth. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1201. At that time, there were a few elders present. I believe everyone saw clearly that Chu Yu only wanted to snatch the item back and prevent it from falling into Jean Lei's hands. He didn't mean to take it for himself. If Jean Lei didn't counterattack and Chu Yu accidentally bumped into it, the incident wouldn't have happened. Rong Xiu's tone was calm and relatively objective. After that, he received the approval of a few elders. That's right. The situation at that time was indeed like that. I can also prove that the child didn't do it on purpose, Elder Guanhe frowned and retorted. You can't just look at the surface. After all, that's a venerable artifact. For this item, those people from the Golden Wing sect didn't hesitate to follow it all the way to Fangzhou City. Who knows if someone would take advantage of the situation to get it? Elder Wanjing finally couldn't hold back and asked. Guanhe, what do you mean? Everyone knows what I mean. Chu Yu, you know best why things turned out this way, right? Elder Guanhe didn't believe Rong Xiu's explanation at all. Although this news was kept under wraps at first, many people in the academy knew about it after it spread to Fangzhou City. Elder Bo Yan can testify to this, right? Elder Bo Yan paused. At that time, some people might have heard the news by accident. However, this can't be used as evidence to accuse this child. If it wasn't for the benefits, why would he take such a risk? In my opinion, he had planned this long ago. Otherwise, why would he appear next to Rongxiu directly? How could it be so coincidental that the venerable artifact didn't have a soul, and his sword's soul took the opportunity to occupy it? Everyone fell silent again. Even Elder Wanzheng's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. Putting the first part aside, the latter part was indeed too coincidental. It was inevitable that this would make people suspicious. Rongxiu suddenly said. Elder Guanhe, do you know Jean Lei's realm? Elder Guanhe was stunned. He didn't go outside at that time, nor did he fight with those people. However, he more or less heard some of it, so he understood. Supreme God. Rongxiu nodded. Not bad. His true realm was indeed this. Moreover, he has already cultivated half a divine body. No one was shocked by this. It was normal for cultivators who had broken through to become high gods to want to condense their divine body as soon as possible. In that case, do you know what level Junior Chuyu is at now? Guanhe was stunned for a moment before he said impatiently, he's just a new student, not my disciple. How would I know? Rongxiu looked at Elder Wanzheng. Elder Wanzheng, you are her master. You should know her the best, right? Elder Wanzheng hesitated. Middle stage 7th step. Impossible. Elder Guanhe immediately retorted. He clearly displayed his divine power at that time. How could he only be at the middle stage of the 7th step? This was something that he had heard from a few elders. It was definitely not fake. Chu Yu is indeed at this level. The one who spoke was not Wanzheng, but Elder Wenxi. He had a rare look of seriousness on his face as he said word by word, I personally conducted the entrance test for him some time ago. At that time, he was only at the early stage of the 7th step. He should have just broken through to the middle stage of the 7th step. I can guarantee with my reputation that what I said is true. Elder Guanhe was speechless for a moment. Since Elder Wenxi said so, it was basically true. Then what's with the divine power? Everyone looked at Chu Luiyue in unison. Finally, he had a chance to speak. Chu Luiyue sighed in his heart and explained that divine power was obtained by this student from a certain senior in the past. Of course, he could not say that he snatched it. The hall fell silent again for a moment. The elders looked at each other. This reason seemed to make sense. After all, Elder Wenxi and Elder Wanzheng did not have to lie about this kind of thing for a student. That venerable divine artifact did not have a soul, which was unexpected. Elder Shu Feng suddenly said. Even we, who witnessed its birth with our own eyes and tried our best to bring it back, did not notice anything amiss during the process. If even we don't know, then Chu Yu, who has been staying in the academy, should not know. I don't think it's possible that he deliberately planned it. Moreover, I've seen his sword, it's a high-level divine artifact. Logically speaking, the sword's soul stored in it could not successfully occupy a venerable divine artifact. But all of this still happened. In my opinion, maybe this child is fated with that thing. Elder Shu Feng was very open-minded. Actually, we've put in a lot of effort this time just to invite it back to the academy, and not to let it wander outside. Although it belongs to Chu Yu now, he is a student of the academy, so it can be considered as returning to the academy. From a certain point of view, this is also an inheritance of that senior, which is not a bad thing. What do you think? His words were reasonable and well-founded, causing many people to nod their heads in agreement. Anyway, that thing had already recognized its master. Unless Chu Yu's soul was destroyed, that thing would return to its ownerless state. But they could not kill Chu Yu, right? After all, he was a student of the academy. Moreover, his talent and other aspects were outstanding. More importantly, he wasn't completely wrong this time. At the very least, he helped Rongxiu. Just this point alone was already very rare. Elder Guanhe's expression changed, and in the end, he only snorted coldly, but did not say anything else. Elder Bo Yan looked over with a much gentler expression. Chu Yu, you don't have to worry. Since this matter has already happened, then everyone should accept it calmly. However, from now on, you must work hard in your cultivation, and not ruin the reputation of the academy and that senior. Does this mean he doesn't intend to pursue the matter anymore? Chu Luiyue was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your advice, elder. This student will definitely keep it in mind." She originally thought that this matter would be difficult to handle, but perhaps because of the support of Rong Xiu, Elder Wanzheng, and the others, it was resolved relatively smoothly. As for the matter of Rong Xiu carrying her back and spending time with her for a long time, the elders did not ask much. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because this matter was not worth mentioning compared to the venerable artifact, so not many people cared. However, just as she was about to heave a sigh of relief, a voice came from the side, causing Chu Luiyue's heart to jump. "Chu Yu." The one who spoke was Elder Huafeng. Ever since Chu Luiyue came in, he had been looking at her silently, and only now did he speak in a deep voice. He sat up straight and looked into Chu Luiyue's eyes, as if he wanted to see through all her thoughts. He asked word by word, "How did you pass through the academy's barrier without anyone noticing?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1202. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. In fact, many people did not realize this problem before because their attention was focused on the Venerable One artifact. At this moment, when they heard Elder Huafeng's question, they suddenly came back to their senses. That's right. This was indeed an extremely important question. The Academy's barrier had always been heavily guarded, especially today. After knowing that the people from the Golden Wings sect had chased after Fang Zhou, the Academy sent several elders to reinforce them and strengthen the barrier's security. No one was allowed to enter or exit the barrier at will. But Chu Yu had inexplicably come out. For a moment, everyone in the hall looked at Chu Luiyue. Their gazes were different, but they were all filled with suspicion and scrutiny. The atmosphere was stagnant, as if even the surrounding air had frozen inch by inch. Elder Huafeng stared at her. The elders guarding the barrier said that they didn't notice any abnormal fluctuations at that time. One had to know that all the students in the academy had to report to the academy when they entered or exited the barrier. If they didn't report, the black jade token on their bodies would also send out a warning when they tried to pass through the barrier and leave evidence. But Chu Yu didn't. It was as if he had suddenly appeared outside the barrier, and he had directly penetrated the layers of obstacles and rushed to Rong Xiu's side. If he was a high god expert, all of this could be explained. But he was only at the middle of the 7th stage. The Academy's barrier has always been opened without causing any commotion by the elders who are in charge of guarding it. And you? How did you do it? A new student who had just entered the academy for less than a month had such a method. How could it not be suspicious? Chu Luiyue's body tensed up, and her eyes drooped slightly. She looked at the ground in front of her, but her mind was spinning crazily. At first, when she was about to go out, she was only worried about Rong Xiu, so she didn't think too much about it. After waking up, she knew that this matter would definitely be dragged out by the elders for careful interrogation. Part of the worry in her heart came from this. How could she explain this? Could it be that she had learned it from her incomplete memories? That would be even more difficult to explain. She used to be a student of Lingxiao College, or else she wouldn't have those scenes in her mind. However, she herself could not remember what had happened at that time, so how could she explain it clearly to these people? Moreover, there weren't many students who knew how to open the barrier. Her identity was even more suspicious. There was a deathly silence in the hall. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the breathing had become tense. Even Elder Wanzheng furrowed his brows tightly. Chu Yu, you. What exactly is going on? Just tell me what you know. After all, she was his student. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't feel heartache for her and that he wasn't biased. Even now, this student seemed very suspicious, but he still wanted to believe in him. As long as you say it, Master will believe you. Chu Luiyue was stunned and looked up. Elder Wanzheng sat on the chair with one hand on the armrest and the other in front of him, clenched into a fist. It could be seen how nervous and worried he was. However, even though there was some helplessness in his eyes when he looked at her, there was more gentleness and tolerance. Chu Luiyue felt warmth in his heart. Wanzheng, it's not important whether you believe him or not. Elder Guan He, who was silent for a while, opened his mouth again. I already said that there's something wrong with this kid. You don't believe me? If he is really an ordinary middle-stage 7th-level martial artist and an ordinary student, how could he do such things? Wanzheng, even if he is your disciple, you have to keep your eyes open. Elder Wanzheng clenched his fist even tighter, but he only looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue understood that everyone was waiting for her explanation. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth. I taught him. Before she could say anything, Rong Xiu, who was beside her, spoke first. Chu Luiyue looked up in shock, only to see him standing with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and at ease, and there was even a faint smile on his lips. Rong Xiu's words instantly caused a commotion in the hall. All the elders looked at each other, obviously shocked by his words. Elder Bo Yan's calm face finally showed a trace of shock and disbelief. Rong Xiu, what did you say? You said, you taught him. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Rong Xiu nodded calmly. That's right. Hua, Rong Xiu's reply was just 2 words, but it was like a bowl of cold water being poured into a pot of oil. It instantly caused a huge uproar. Rong Xiu, what do you mean by that? Elder Guan He finally couldn't help but stand up and stare at the two of them. Rong Xiu didn't seem to realize how big of an impact his words had on everyone present. He smiled and said, I can open the school's enchantment. This point, all the elders should know, right? I taught her, so she can naturally open it. What's so strange about that? What's so strange about that? Of course, everything was strange. Rong Xiu was definitely one of the best in the school. He was indeed able to open the enchantment a few years ago, but this wasn't the crux of the problem. Guan He, sit down first. Don't be so agitated. Elder Bo Yan raised his hand. Elder Guan He could only sit down angrily and look deeply at the two of them. He wanted to see what the two of them could say. Rong Xiu. Elder Bo Yan was the person with the highest status here. It was indeed the most appropriate for him to ask. You being able to open the enchantment is your business. But the crux of the matter is, why did you teach Chu Yu? What's your relationship? And, when did you teach him? He paused. This time, you've only returned to the school for about a month. Not long after you came, you left with Elder Shu Feng and the others. Logically speaking, you and Chu Yu shouldn't have any interactions, right? Other than the day at the beginning of the month when the two of them met, they didn't have any other opportunities to interact. Unless the two of them knew each other. Chu Yu, we are indeed old acquaintances. Rong Xiu didn't deny it and gave a vague answer. Everyone was silent for a moment. Elder Bo Yan frowned. Why didn't you? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Right. That day at the Eastern Emperor Bell Tower, Rong Xiu did look at Chu Yu a few more times. At that time, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Chu Yu was accepted as a disciple by Elder Wanzheng and was the focus of everyone's attention. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Rong Xiu looking at him a few more times. But now that he thought about it, it turned out that they already knew each other. Before she came to the school, I taught her this. I thought she would need a long time to learn it, but I didn't expect her to understand it so quickly. As he spoke, Rong Xiu turned around and gave Chu Luiyue a praising smile. Well done. As expected of the girl he fell in love with. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1203. Chu Luiyue, if there weren't so many elders staring at her with their death stares, she would be much happier to hear this praise. She really didn't expect that Rong Xiu would actually take responsibility for this matter. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips as many thoughts flashed through her mind. Rong Xiu probably knew what was going on. He purposely said that to cover for her so that she could keep her secret. Then, did he already know that she was actually able to open the barrier? But why didn't he say anything before? In fact, Rong Xiu's attitude had always been like this when it came to matters of the academy. If she couldn't remember it herself, he wouldn't say anything. Thinking back to the conversation between the two of them on the night of the official admission, Chu Luiyue's heart moved slightly. She never doubted Rong Xiu's feelings for her, and she also knew that Rong Xiu must have his reasons for doing this. Even though she still didn't know what the reason behind it was. At this moment, Chu Luiyue didn't know that the moment she exchanged glances with Rong Xiu, in the eyes of everyone, was a strong evidence that the two of them already knew each other. When had Rong Xiu ever spoken to someone so gently? His personality was cold and aloof, and after stabilizing his position as the Holy Sun for the past few years, his aura had grown stronger day by day. Now that he had returned, even many of the Academy's elders had to lower their heads and give him some face. It was only when he was talking to Chu Yu that his expression was calm and gentle, which was hard to see. Thinking back to when Chu Yu fainted, he immediately went forward and carried him back to his residence, and personally took care of him. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't feel it before, but now that they thought about it, there were signs everywhere. Rong Xiu was someone who wouldn't even tolerate someone else's blood splashing on him, but he didn't hesitate to carry Chu Yu back. It would be strange if the two of them didn't know each other. Elder Bo Yen thought back to what happened before, and he already believed most of it. I see. But why haven't I heard you mention it before? She's always had a yearning for the academy and wanted to give it a try. If I reveal that we know each other in advance, I'm afraid it will be a lot more inconvenient. Rong Xiu explained. These words were tactful, but also arrogant. Lingxiao College was highly respected and had many strong students. Here, no matter what your background was, you would be weakened. What was more important was your own talent and strength. However, this did not mean that one's background was completely unaffected. If everyone knew that Chu Yu and Rong Xiu knew each other, and seemed to be quite close, then the attitude of the elders and students would be greatly different. With Rong Xiu's position in the academy, Chu Yu would definitely receive a lot of benefits. And this was what Rong Xiu meant by inconvenience. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They couldn't refute what Rong Xiu had said. So you're saying that you deliberately hid this relationship just to let Chu Yu cultivate in the academy? Although Elder Bo Yen said it as a question, he had already agreed with this statement. Rong Xiu nodded indifferently, paused for a moment, and then smiled. Her temper has always been like this, so we can only let her be. Although it sounded like a reprimand, who couldn't hear the indulgence and protectiveness in his words? Everyone could see that Rong Xiu was going to protect Chu Yu to the end. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they exchanged glances. Who would have thought that this was the truth? With their relationship, it wasn't hard to explain why Chu Yu would suddenly appear beside Rong Xiu. That teleportation yuan instrument was probably given to him by Rong Xiu. Chu Yu, you took the risk to come out because you were worried about Rong Xiu? Elder Wanjing interrupted and asked. It was a big taboo in the academy to barge out of the barrier, and this was the only reason that could absolve this kid. Chu Luiyue blinked and nodded. That's right. Rong Xiu, who was standing at the side, lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the smile that flashed across his eyes. Elder Wanjing heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Look, this kid didn't do it on purpose. Isn't it all because he was worried about Rong Xiu? This kid is sincere. How can you blame him for everything, don't you think so? Elder Guanhe snorted coldly, looking as if he couldn't bear to continue watching, but he didn't refute. He had also heard about how Chu Yu helped Rong Xiu block the critical blow, and no one could deny Chu Yu's sacrifice in this matter. Elder Bo Yen came back to his senses, shook his head, and said disapprovingly. Rong Xiu, even if you and Chu Yu are familiar with each other, you can't just casually teach him the method to open the Academy's barrier. This could be considered as one of the Academy's top secrets, and other than the elders in charge of guarding the barrier, almost no one else knew about it. The reason why Rongxiu knew it was because back then, thinking about this, Elder Bo Yen quickly stopped his thoughts. Rongxiu showed an apologetic expression. This is my fault for not thinking about it, and I'm willing to be punished. Punishment? How should he punish him? Rongxiu and Chuyu were both in the wrong, but the two of them also contributed greatly to protect the venerable artifact. It was really hard to judge. Rongxiu, did you teach him anything else? Elder Bo Yen narrowed his eyes and asked. Rongxiu shook his head. Nope. Elder Bo Yen sighed inwardly. She had even taught him about the barrier, so what did it matter if she taught him anything else? Sigh. Why were these kids so worrisome? That's good. In the future, you should pay more attention to such things. After all, I asked you to come back and help, and for that thing to come back, it was indeed hard on you. Make up for your mistakes, this time we'll let it go. Elder Bo Yen did not intend to punish Rongxiu because of this, but he thought that the barrier really did need to be strengthened. Rongxiu responded. Thank you, Elder. As for Chuyu, Elder Bo Yen pondered for a moment and looked to the side. Wanzheng, he's your disciple, what do you think? Elder Wanzheng leaned on the chair, frowning as he fell into deep thought. His expression looked very conflicted. Actually, everyone could understand. Chuyu was his disciple after much difficulty, and naturally his heart would ache. If the punishment was too heavy, how could he not feel heartache? But Chuyu was too bold this time, and violated a few of the Academy's taboos. If he was not punished and warned, he might do it again in the future. Even more, other students would compete to imitate him. Then the entire Academy would be in a mess. Knowing that it was difficult for him to make this decision, everyone waited patiently. After a while, Elder Wanjing finally sighed and looked at Chu Liyue. Chuyu. Chu Liyue's heart tightened. Student is here. Elder Wanzheng paused before asking with difficulty. Is your talent as a Xian master higher than a celestial physician? Digression, everyone is too awesome. Last day, begging for monthly votes. The countdown to October has officially begun. If you want to vote, please verify as soon as possible. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1204. The expressions of everyone in the room changed after his words sounded. They used an extremely strange expression to look at Elder Wanzheng. What kind of **T question is this? We're asking you to consider how to punish him now. Who asked you to ask this? Cough. Elder Bo Yen coughed hard and gave him a look. Be careful. What are you doing? Elder Wanzheng understood. But he didn't want to bother. His mind was filled with Rongxiu's words just now. He taught him, and then he learned it. To draw a Xian formation to open the Academy's barrier, one had to be at least a level 9 Xian master. Didn't this prove that Chuyu was already a level 9 Xian master? He hadn't broken through to a level 9 celestial physician yet. How did he suddenly become a level 9 Xian master? What was this? Elder Wanzheng had the illusion that he had nurtured his students so diligently, but in the end, he had raised him astray. For a moment, he even suspected that he had raised a disciple for the Xian masters. Kid, tell me quickly. Chu Liyue, why was Master always able to find a blind spot? Elder Bo Yen finally couldn't help but speak. That. Wanzheng, we're talking about how to deal with his problem now. You can ask about this later, don't. We've already asked. Let's listen to what the child has to say first. A voice filled with excitement was heard. But it wasn't Elder Wanzheng who said this. Instead, Huafeng. Why are you joining in the fun? Elder Wanzheng saw Elder Huafeng's shining eyes. How could he not guess what he was thinking? This is my disciple. Don't interfere. Elder Huafeng chuckled. He's your disciple now, but the academy doesn't stipulate that a student can only have one master, right? Besides, weren't you the one who asked this question first? Can't we listen together? TSK. Why didn't he think of this just now? He was so focused on wondering how that kid opened the barrier that he actually forgot about this. He only came back to his senses when Wanjing asked that question. That's right. For this kid to be able to do this, didn't it prove that his talent as a Xian master was extraordinary? Why didn't he think of testing him when he took him in? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Wanjing off so easily. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. It hadn't even been a month since he started school. There was still plenty of time in the future. The originally solemn atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Many Xian sect elders also looked at Chu Luiyue differently. Elder Wanjing also saw it. He had a headache. Chu Luiyue finally spoke when he began to think about how to dispel these people's thoughts that they shouldn't have. No. She shook her head and said seriously. The reason why this student was able to comprehend the Xian formation so quickly was all because of Senior Rong Xiu's good teachings and some luck. But in reality, this student's aptitude in this aspect is indeed average. Elder Wanjing heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. That's great. No matter how much credibility these words had, he would just take it as the truth. In any case, from these words, it could be seen that Chu Yu still wanted to follow him to practice celestial physician. That was enough. He was satisfied, but Elder Huafeng and the others weren't willing to give up so easily. Hee, Chu Yu, don't be afraid. Our academy has always recruited the most outstanding students. The better the talent, the more diligent the cultivation, the better the treatment in the academy. You are only 16 years old now, but you can already comprehend the Xian formation to open the academy's barrier. It is truly rare. You said that you don't have any talent in this area. Do you believe it yourself? Elder Huafeng leaned leisurely on his chair, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Luiyue, as if he had already seen through her. When you entered the academy, you only took the celestial physician examination. It was only natural that you became Wanjing's disciple. It's fine if you want to cultivate celestial physician, but if you deliberately hide your talent in other aspects because of this, there's no need. You have to know that there are many people in this world who can't have all these cultivation talents at the same time. He looked at her with a burning gaze. Chu Yu, this is closely related to your future. You must think carefully. Wanjing wanted nothing more than to kick him. He was snatching a disciple right in front of him. Elder Huafeng automatically blocked Elder Wanjing's resentful gaze. TSK, it was fine if he didn't know before, but now that he knew, how could he let Wanjing take advantage of him alone? This time, he had to fight for it. Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched, feeling a little troubled. She really didn't expect that she would attract so much trouble just because she was worried about Rong Xiu and rushed out on a whim. Elder Huafeng and the others were all top-notch experts and had sharp eyes. Even if she said that, they wouldn't believe her so easily. If it were anyone else, they would be very happy to encounter such a situation. However, Chu Luiyue had many concerns. It wasn't that she didn't want to learn from an expert like Elder Huafeng, but Dabao probably wouldn't agree. After all, she had been playing chess with Dabao for so long. In fact, she was cultivating as a Xian master. Moreover, her schedule was already full every day, so she really didn't have any extra time to deal with other things. After thinking for a while, she bowed solemnly to Elder Huafeng. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Huafeng, but this student's energy is limited. Elder Huafeng was stunned for a moment before falling into deep thought. That's true, a person's time and energy were limited, and being a Xian master and celestial physician required one to calm down and study carefully. If these two were to be done together, it might really be a little difficult. In that case, you still want to cultivate as a celestial physician? Elder Huafeng was rather disappointed. After all, this kid's talent as a Xian master was obvious to the naked eye. It would be a pity if he gave up just like that. Why don't you spare a few days every month to come to my place to read books, play chess, and study Xian formations? Elder Huafeng still didn't want to give up, so he took the initiative to compromise and looked at Chu Luiyue expectantly. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that it wasn't without reason that some people were often cheated. If he was in such a hurry, who else could persuade him? As expected, he hadn't suffered enough in the past, hee. Huafeng, since Chuyu has already said so, you should give up. No matter what, you have to respect the child's opinion, right? After confirming that his disciple wouldn't run away, Elder Wanzheng was in a good mood. Can't you just let him refine pills properly? If he's dragged by you to learn Xian formations, and in the end, he breaks the barriers all over the academy like before he could finish speaking, Elder Wanzheng suddenly realized that he had misspoken and immediately stopped. Elder Huafeng also felt a chill down his spine. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1205. The painful memories of the past appeared in front of his eyes, causing Elder Huafeng's heart to tremble. He subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue blinked in confusion and smiled. Elder Huafeng, what's wrong? When she smiled, her originally delicate and clean eyebrows instantly became lively. Her eyes were like stars, cunning and intelligent. Elder Huafeng's head was aching. No, nothing. He took a deep breath. Well, since you want to specialize in celestial physician, then I'll listen to you. A trace of confusion flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes. Just now, Elder Huafeng looked like he was determined to get it. Why did his attitude suddenly change? Elder Wanzheng didn't seem to have said anything, however, she instinctively felt that she shouldn't ask too much, so she bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder Huafeng. Sigh, Elder Huafeng looked at her. He still felt a little unwilling in his heart, so he added hesitantly. If you want to learn Xian formations, you can come to this old man's place to take a look. Chu Luiyue's heart warmed slightly. She could tell that Elder Huafeng really wanted to take her in as a disciple so as not to waste her talent in this area. It was indeed a rare blessing to be able to receive such love from him. This student will remember Elder's instructions. Elder Huafeng looked at her again. He seemed to have thought of something and shook his head with a sigh. Chu Luiyue could clearly see that he wasn't looking at her. Instead, it was as if he was recalling someone through her. Hearing this, the other Xian masters and elders also stopped thinking. Elder Bo Yen rubbed his temples. He could now see that this Chu Yu was also a troublemaker. It was as if wherever he went, he would always stir up trouble. There was no time for peace. All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. Let's talk about the punishment when we come back. He looked around. The matter of the Venerable One divine artifact was really an accident. We can't blame him, so let's not talk about it. However, it was a big mistake for Chu Yu to secretly cross the Academy's barrier. Even if he helped Rong Xiu and protected the Venerable One divine artifact, it was not enough to make up for his crime. Moreover, this matter has already spread throughout the Academy, and the impact is extremely bad. He must be punished and warned as a warning others. After a moment of silence, an elder asked. In that case, how about we lock him up in Pengmin Mountain and let him reflect on his mistakes? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. That's not good, right? He was locked up on the second day of school and was only released 10 days ago. If he's locked up again, it's somewhat inappropriate. Immediately, some elders objected. Chu Ya, of course. However, if the punishment was too heavy, Elder Wanzheng would probably not bear it. What's more, the child didn't have any bad intentions. It was just a moment of impulse that led to the mistake. Locking him up in Pengmin Mountain is the most suitable choice at present. Anyway, he has already been there before. It doesn't matter if he goes again. As for the impact of being locked up continuously, he was locked up on the second day of school. Now that he did something like this, could it be worse? There were different opinions. Some agreed, some objected. Anyway, everyone had their own reasons. Among them, the one who objected the most was Elder Wanzheng. What a joke! How could he go to Pengmin Mountain again and again? Moreover, his precious disciple was about to break through to the 9th grade celestial physician. If he had not been interrupted today, he would have been showing off the 9th grade pill everywhere. How could he be reduced to arguing with this group of people here? If he was locked up for a while, wouldn't it be delayed again? No. I don't agree. Elder Wanzheng said angrily. Everyone looked at each other and fell into a stalemate. Wanzheng was the most protective. If he was really determined to oppose, they could not force it. However, at this moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step forward. Master. I am willing to go to Pengmin Mountain to be punished. The room suddenly fell silent. Elder Wanzheng's face was filled with shock. Chu you, master, this is my fault. I should bear the corresponding responsibility. If I hurt the harmony between you and the elders because of me, I will feel even more guilty. Chu Luiyue's tone was very sincere. Please let me go. Elder Wanzheng reacted and was very touched. This child. Even at this time, she still did not forget to think about me. This disciple, I did not take her in for nothing. Seeing his expression wavering, Chu Luiyue added another sentence. I promise that I will work hard in there and strive to break through as soon as possible. Maybe when I come out, I will have fulfilled your wish. His wish was, of course, to let her break through to the 9th grade celestial physician as soon as possible. Good child, Elder Wanzheng was very comforted. You've suffered. In there, it was difficult to protect oneself. How could she have the extra energy to cultivate? These words were just to comfort him. However, it was very rare for his disciple to have such a heart. Chu Luiyue shook her head. I didn't suffer. Hearing this, Elder Wanzheng's heart ached. Let's put those things aside. You. Take care of yourself first. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. Rongxiu raised his eyebrows slightly. His thin lips curved slightly, and there was a hint of a smile on his noble and devilish face. It was really. Rongxiu's residence was on a remote mountain in the martial artist area. At this time, many people had gathered outside the mountain, waiting with curiosity and doubt. In a short time, the things that happened outside had spread throughout the academy. Now, everyone knew that the new student, Chu Yu, who had been in the academy for less than a month, had secretly broken out of the academy's barrier and fought with Jean Lei and the others outside. Of course, the matter of the venerable divine artifact was kept a secret because of the elder's strict precautions. So until now, the students subconsciously thought that the artifact must have returned to the academy. They did not pay much attention to it. After all, this matter was too bizarre and coincidental. It sounded fake. Therefore, everyone gathered here at this time, wanting to know how the elders planned to deal with the aftermath. That Chu Yu is really bold. He actually sneaked out. There were so many people fighting. Wasn't he afraid of dying there? Anyway, he came back alive. I heard that he even blocked a fatal blow for Senior Rongxiu. Doesn't this mean that he is friends with Senior Rongxiu in the future? Pfft. Senior Rongxiu is a big shot. Even without him, nothing would have happened. But sneaking out is a big taboo in the academy. The elders have already gathered over there. They should be discussing how to deal with him, right? I wonder if he will be expelled. No matter what, he is Elder Wanzheng's disciple. As long as Elder Wanzheng protects him, I think he will be punished at most. Everyone was discussing. Somewhere, Jiang Jiwan looked at the mountain peak and muttered with a complicated expression, Chu Yu. That Chu Yu, how did he get out? A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 1206. Yes, she didn't care how the elders punished Chuyu in the end, nor did she care about the situation of the battle outside. There was only one point that she was concerned about: how did Chuyu, a rank 7 warrior, get out? One had to know that Elder Bo Yen had specifically instructed them not to worry and to go back and wait peacefully. The academy elders would settle those matters. After that, they even strengthened the academy's barrier to prevent anyone from sneaking out. But under such circumstances, Chuyu went out. And he even blocked a blow for Rongxiu. From the beginning to the end, this matter was strange, and she couldn't help but be filled with suspicion. Maybe he sneaked out with one of the elders? Liang Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the side, said with some uncertainty. Jiang Jiwan's mouth twitched. Do you think that if he really did that, the elders wouldn't find out? Liang Xiaoxiao choked. Then what else can we do? He seems to be only at the middle of rank 7, right? Even if his actual combat strength is higher than his cultivation base, it can't be so exaggerated to be able to pass through the academy's barrier alone, right? That's something that even we can't do. Let alone him. Jiang Jiwan frowned. This was also the point that she found the strangest. The only possible explanation was that Chuyu took advantage of the chaos to forcefully pass through the barrier. But for some reason, the elders didn't seem to have discovered him in time and brought him back. Normally, if anyone passed through the barrier without permission, it would immediately attract the attention of the guardian elders. But Chuyu succeeded, and in that chaotic battle, he even helped Rongxiu. It was a pity that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Forget it. There's no point in us thinking so much. If he really made a mistake, the elders will punish him. Liang Xiaoxiao didn't think that there was anything to be concerned about. What exactly is going on? Won't we know when Chuyu's punishment is out? Jiang Jiwan could only nod. Everyone waited for a while more before they finally saw people walking out of the mountain peak. The elders are out. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked over with rapt attention. First, several elders walked out in a single file. After they walked out, they didn't stop and went their separate ways. Thus, everyone turned their attention to the person who came out from the back. When most of the elders had left, finally, a few special figures appeared. The person at the front was tall and slender, wearing a white brocade robe. Even though there was still some distance between them, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. It was Rongxiu. Following closely behind him was a young man. Needless to say, that person was Chuyu. The two of them walked out one after another. Beside him were Elder Wanzheng and Elder Bo Yen. The other elders all left separately. Only these few people came out and stood still, as if they were talking about something. Jiang Jiwan stared at him. If it weren't for the fact that Rongxiu's mountain was surrounded by an extremely complicated barrier that he had personally set up all year round, she would have gone forward to listen to what they were talking about. After a while, Elder Wanzheng patted Chuyu's shoulder and left with Elder Bo Yen and Elder Bo Yen. Now, only Rongxiu and Chuyu were left. The two of them stood facing each other. Even though the people waiting outside couldn't hear what they were talking about, they had to admit that when the two of them stood together, they were unexpectedly harmonious. The forest was lush, and the young master was like jade. Logically speaking, Chuyu's appearance couldn't be compared to Rongxiu's, but the aura around him was rare. This allowed him to stand in front of Rongxiu without being at a disadvantage. Why did the elders leave? Don't they plan to punish Chuyu? It shouldn't be. Even if Chuyu had a meritorious performance this time, the elders have repeatedly ordered that he can't go out as he pleases. If he doesn't get punished in the end, wouldn't that be letting everyone do what they want? That's right. And why did senior brother Rongxiu and Elder Bo Yen stand there and talk for so long? I don't know what they're talking about. Although everyone was filled with curiosity, they didn't dare to barge in and could only secretly guess. Let's go, I'll send you over. Rongxiu raised his chin, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. You should be tired of waiting. Chu Luiyue blinked and laughed. Senior brother Rongxiu really knows my situation like the back of his hand. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. Don't call me that. Chu Luiyue relied on the fact that he was much taller than him and could completely cover himself. He wasn't afraid of being seen by the people outside, so he became more and more presumptuous. I entered the school a few years later than you, shouldn't I call you senior brother? Rong Xiu chuckled, took a step closer, lowered his voice, and teased, you have your own way of calling me, why do you have to be the same as others? Chu Luiyue glanced at him with a smile, then took the lead to turn around and said leisurely, senior brother Rong Xiu, let's go quickly. I don't dare to take up too much of your time, or else I'll be criticized later. Rong Xiu strode forward with his long legs and caught up with him. I didn't know that after coming to Lingxiao College, you've become so timid. Chu Luiyue snorted lightly. How am I timid? I'm just speaking the truth. Let's not talk about other things, just now, there are many people watching my every move. She curled the corners of her lips. Believe it or not, as long as I make the slightest mistake or show the slightest bit of offense to you, they will seize the opportunity to criticize me without restraint. For the next period of time, I still want to cultivate in peace in the school. In the hearts of those people, Rong Xiu was definitely not as simple as a powerful senior brother. His outstanding talent and strength had already become an existence that countless people looked up to and longed to catch up to. His name firmly occupied the Qingyun role and became the symbol of the strong. Chu Luiyue felt that it was better for her to be more honest. Rong Xiu suddenly laughed and slowly said, that's right. So you want to quietly study and cultivate in the school? I really didn't see that. Chu Luiyue's face heated up slightly. There was no way to refute this. She had only been in the school for slightly more than 20 days, but she had already caused so much trouble. No matter who saw it, she was a person who didn't know her place. But, Rong Xiu slightly dragged the end of his words and lowered his voice, as if he was whispering in her ear, if you really want to offend me, I'm waiting for you. Chu Luiyue stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him. No matter what his identity was, his thick skin and temperament had not changed at all. Rong Xiu. Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you in front of those people? Rong Xiu looked at her and suddenly smiled. He answered with great anticipation, you're most welcome. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1207. Chu Luiyue, admit defeat. Sure enough, in this aspect, she shouldn't have wishfully thought of winning against someone. The two of them headed towards Pengmin Mountain. At this time, the crowd waiting in the distance finally realized something. The direction they are heading towards seems to be Pengmin Mountain. Could it be that the elders want to lock Chuyu up there? It can't be. Hasn't Chuyu been locked up once before, and he just came out not long ago? Even if the elders want to punish him, it doesn't seem appropriate to choose this place. What's wrong with this? He did something wrong, so it's only right for him to be punished. Could it be that just because he went there not long ago, he can be exempted from punishment? That's true. It seems that senior brother Rong Xiu is responsible for bringing him there. However, why do the two of them seem to be chatting happily? Actually, I think so too. Just now, senior brother Rong Xiu seemed to be smiling, did you see that? I heard that he has a cold and arrogant personality, and usually doesn't even like to talk much. Why is his attitude towards that Chuyu so good now? Haven't you heard? That Chuyu helped senior brother Rong Xiu block a blow before. How can ordinary people compare? It's not strange that senior brother Rong Xiu would treat him like this. Jiang Jiwan looked at the two figures that were getting further and further away, bit her lips, and turned to leave. With the previous experience and Rong Xiu's lead, Chu Luiyue quickly arrived at Pengmin Mountain this time. When she arrived at the mountain, she looked at Rong Xiu with some surprise. Why do I feel that you seem to be very familiar with this place? From Rong Xiu's residence to here, the distance was actually not close. But on the way here, Rong Xiu led the way without any hesitation, and took her to the most convenient path. Chu Luiyue even felt that he should have been here more than once. Sure enough, Rong Xiu nodded. I've been here, a few times. Chu Luyue laughed. Oh. Who would have thought that the outstanding senior brother Rong Xiu would actually come to this place? Don't tell me you did something wrong and got locked up in here? Rong Xiu gave her a meaningful look. Thanks to a certain someone, he had been here many times. I've been to most of the places in the academy. Pengmin Mountain was nothing. You, on the other hand, seem to have always wanted to come here. What's the fun in here? Chu Luyue didn't say much to Rong Xiu because all the elders were present. However, she did not hide it. She nodded frankly and looked at Mount Pengmin in front of her. Yes. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that cultivating here seems to be faster and more comfortable. Rong Xiu's eyesight was better than others, and his mind was smart. Even if she didn't say anything, he could see it. The density of the force in Mount Pengmin is the same as the outside world. But since you like it here, then, it's up to you. Rong Xiu smiled and didn't seem to have the intention to continue asking. Go. See you in a month. This time, as a warning, Chu Luyue was given a month's time. Elder Wanzheng was originally against it, but he accepted it under Chu Luyue's persuasion. However, he nagged Elder Bo Yen for a long time because of this. Chu Luyue was a little surprised. You'll still be staying in the academy for a month? Rong Xiu nodded. Yes. I have some things to deal with here. Chu Luyue thought for a moment and asked tentatively. Is it related to that venerable artifact? This matter was very big, and many first-rate sects were involved. Rong Xiu killed Jin Lei with his own hands, so there would be a tug of war between these parties. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Rong Xiu in shock. Wait, you deliberately made me stay here for a month? That's right, this 1 month's time limit was actually proposed by Rong Xiu. At first, Elder Bo Yen wanted to lock her up for half a month, but Rong Xiu said that this matter had a serious impact, and if it wasn't dealt with properly, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He might as well lock her up for a month. Then, all the rumors in the academy would disappear automatically. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to grind down Chu Luyue's youthful and hot-headed temper. Elder Bo Yen felt that it made sense, so he agreed. At first, Chu Luyue thought that Rong Xiu only said it because he guessed that she wanted to go to Mount Pengmin, but now it seemed that he had planned it long ago. You don't have to worry about those trivial matters. Rong Xiu said calmly. With me around, no one can find trouble with you. Of course, Chu Luyue would be in trouble. That venerable divine weapon was snatched back by everyone with great effort, but in the end, it fell into her hands and recognized her as its master. If the people from the Golden Wings sect and the other sects really wanted to pursue the matter, she would definitely be involved in it. Chu Luyue felt something surging in her heart, but she also felt that there were some things between them that didn't need to be said. They both understood each other. It was as if with this man around, she didn't need to worry about him even if she caused a huge disaster. He would naturally take care of it. He was the only one who could give her such a sense of security. She suppressed these thoughts and her red lips curled up into a bright smile. Then we'll meet in a month's time. Rong Xiu was infected by her smile, and his thin lips curled up slightly. Okay. Chu Luyue walked forward. But after taking 2 steps, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned back. Right, there's something, Rong Xiu nodded, indicating for her to speak directly. Chu Luyue hesitated for a moment, lowered her voice slightly, and asked. Rong Xiu, do you know the student whose name was erased from the Azure Cloud roll? Rong Xiu's hands behind his back slowly clenched, but his expression was still as indifferent as before. I do. What's wrong? Have you been to her herb garden? Herb garden? Yes, it's the one that the dean specially left for her? Chu Luyue asked with some uncertainty. It's the dean's work, right? Yes, I've been there before, but it was sealed, so I didn't go there again. You went there? Chu Luyue shook her head with a smile. How could I enter that place? The elders are guarding it very strictly. I just happened to see it from afar when I went to the Medicine Wind Valley to get the herbs. Rong Xiu's tense body slightly relaxed. Actually, the herbs inside are not much different from the Medicine Wind Valley. It doesn't matter if I go or not. Chu Luiyue shook her head. No, I feel that there's something wrong with that herb garden. Rong Xiu's brows moved slightly as he looked at her eyes. What's wrong? Chu Luiyue paused for a moment. I saw a large patch of dancing lotus blooming over there. This thing is extremely precious. It's already very rare to see one or two, but there are so many. The dancing lotus only blooms once every few hundred years. It's really inconceivable to get so many. Rong Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that difficult. Chu Luiyue was stunned and narrowed her eyes. How do you know? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1208. The two of them faced each other, and there was a moment of silence. Then, Rong Xiu smiled and said casually, the dancing lotus is indeed an extremely rare treasure in the Tianling Empire, but in the Divine Ruins world, it's much easier to obtain this thing. Many aristocratic families with thousands of years of history will even send people to plant and nurture it. Lingxiao College has tens of thousands of years of history, so it's really not a big deal to have these. He spoke tirelessly and calmly, with a kind of power that made people unconsciously believe him. There are only a few scattered plants in the Medicine Wind Valley because the Medicine Wind Valley occupies a very large area and has countless kinds of herbs. The elders in charge of guarding it are responsible for all of them, so they naturally won't put all their attention on one kind of herb. After all, there are some more precious herbs in the Medicine Wind Valley. Chu Luiyue frowned. That does make sense. Although the dancing lotus is good, it's extremely picky about the environment it grows in. Moreover, it requires a long time of careful care. It's actually very energy-consuming and patient. She murmured and shrugged. To be able to grow so many dancing lotuses, that person must really like it. Rong Xiu paused and asked with a smile, you don't like it? I like it. Chu Luiyue nodded. If she didn't like it, she wouldn't have paid special attention to this matter. If only I had the chance to go in and take a look. But, it's probably impossible. Chu Luiyue said regretfully. First of all, that herb garden was someone else's private place. Secondly, that person was no longer in the academy. Most importantly, from the current situation, that person seemed to be in existence that couldn't be mentioned in the academy. It was even more difficult to go to the herb garden that she left behind back then. Forget it. I'll go in first. Chu Luiyue put away her thoughts, waved at Rong Xiu, and turned towards Mount Pengmin. She took out her black jade token and threw it out. Buzz. The black jade token made contact with the barrier, producing a slight fluctuation. An entrance slowly opened. Chu Luiyue stepped in. When her figure completely disappeared within the barrier, Rong Xiu hovered in mid-air for a long time before muttering to himself in a low voice. Naturally, that day will come. That was planted for you in the first place. Then, he finally turned around and left. You again. Chu Luiyue had just stood in front of the 7th tower when he heard a familiar old voice. It was rare for Chu Luiyue to feel embarrassed. He coughed to cover it up, cupped his hands, and bowed respectfully. Student Chu Yu greets Elder. Long time no see, how have you been, Elder? You've only been gone for 10 days. Is that considered a long time? The other party spoke very straightforwardly with a hint of disdain. Chu Luiyue. Elder, you're right. Come in. Chu Luiyue thanked him again before stepping forward and pushing the door open. Everything in the hall was the same as when she had left. Of course, it was only 10 days in between. This was normal. The door closed automatically behind her. The 7 doors glowed brightly and floated quietly in front of her. Bo Yan has already told me about you. You're a troublemaker. You've only been out for a few days and you're back. Chu Luiyue lowered her head slightly and admitted her mistake. You're right. It's all my fault. Probably because her attitude was good, the other party didn't keep interrogating her. Alright, there's no point in saying this. If you really want to admit your mistake, take action in the future. Chu Luiyue obediently said, yes. The process is the same as before. Choose. The other party spoke for a while and went straight to the point. Chu Luiyue raised her eyes and looked at the 7 doors in front of her. Her gaze swept across the doors one by one. From the outside, these doors were completely the same. Even the aura and pressure emitted from them were the same. But there seemed to be some kind of force guiding them. She raised her hand and pointed at the 3rd door on the left. I choose this. The hall was silent. But the air seemed to have frozen for a moment. Although that feeling was fleeting, Chu Luiyue was still very sharp. At this moment, she was sure that she had chosen the previous one. As expected, a low and slightly doubtful voice sounded in her ears. Are you sure? Chu Luiyue suppressed the fluctuations in her heart and said calmly, I'm sure. After Rongxiu sent Chu Luiyue to Mount Pengmin, he returned to his residence. Unlike ordinary students, he lived alone on a mountain. This treatment was the same as the elders of the academy. Of course, no one had any objections to this. If anyone had the same talent and ability as him, they would also do the same. Before he reached the door, Rongxiu seemed to have noticed something and stopped in his tracks. He stared at the room in front of him and walked forward. Back in the room, he closed the door, then walked around the screen and went inside. It was unknown when Dugu Mabao had appeared here. Senior. Rongxiu clasped his fist and bowed. Dugu Mabao looked at him coldly. She was locked up in Mount Pengmin again? Rongxiu nodded. 1 month. Dugu Mabao's face was even colder. You are very generous to let her go just like that. Rongxiu raised his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his deep eyes. He smiled slightly and said lightly, that is. She naturally wants to go there. Digression, wishing the motherland prosperity. Happy National Day. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1209. Pengmin Mountain, 7th Tower. After a short silence, the voice finally sounded again. Since you have chosen, just go in. Chu Luiyue's heart moved. This time, she was not asked to choose again. She smiled, thanked him, and walked towards the door. When her hand was just on the door, the man suddenly asked. Did you come here on purpose this time? Chu Luiyue's slightly lowered eyes flashed with a faint light. When she raised her eyes again, it had returned to calmness. Elder, what do you mean? She asked in surprise, with a trace of confusion on her face. After a pause, the voice sounded. It's okay, you can go in. The tone was calm. Chu Luiyue nodded and did not ask any more questions. She pushed the door open and entered. Click. The door was closed. In the hall, silence was restored. After a long time, a faintly discernible low voice rang out. I'm probably old and confused, this was purely an accident. If that kid really had the ability to plan such a big scheme, it would be too amazing. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. However, Chiyu seemed to be really fated with that person. The first time was a coincidence, the second time was a coincidence. Then, what about the third time? Maybe it's time to check this child's background. Chu Luiyue did not know anything about these things outside. But at this time, she was too lazy to care about those things. Because she just wanted to stay in this place and cultivate. Looking at the messy lines on the 4 walls, Chu Luiyue felt inexplicably familiar. It was clearly the second time she came here, and it was only a few days apart, but it felt like she had not seen it for a long time. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. The surrounding power silently surged and rotated around her, as if it had been missing her for a long time. Chu Luiyue was slightly stunned. For a moment, something seemed to flash through her mind. But this feeling quickly disappeared, and before she could grasp it and figure out what it was, it had already disappeared. She shook her head to clear her head. Then, she sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Almost as soon as she closed her eyes and concentrated, circulating the origin power in her body, the energy around her rushed into her body. Chu Luiyue's aura began to rise at an extraordinary speed. Sigh, Elder Wanjing sighed again. Elder Huafeng finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Wanjing, you've been sighing ever since you came back. Can you stop being like this? Just listening to it makes me annoyed. Elder Wanjing lifted his eyelids, lazily glancing at him. Sigh, what do you know? It wasn't your disciple who was locked up. Wanjing, let me tell you, if you continue to speak like this, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Elder Huafeng pretended to leave. Don't mock me like this. Even at this time, how could he not forget to show off? No matter how you talk, Chu Yu is already locked up. Can you persuade Bo Yen to let him go? However, Elder Wanjing didn't fall for his trick and snorted. 1 month. Do you know how much I can teach him in 1 month? A good seedling was wasted just like that. What can we do? Things have already come to this. Elder Huafeng stroked his beard. However, I think you shouldn't always sigh like this. Can't you think on the bright side? Actually, if you think about it carefully, that kid didn't lose out on this trip. Do you think anyone has the chance to obtain a venerable artifact? Even they didn't have such a treasure. That's true. Speaking of this, Elder Wanjing's face finally showed some joy. His talent is already good. With this, it can be said that he's like a tiger that has grown wings. This is a good thing, but don't be too happy too early. Elder Huafeng shook his head. Possessing a treasure is a crime. With such a treasure on Chu Yu, it's inevitable that some people will be jealous. Originally, this thing should have belonged to the academy. In the end, it became Chu Yu's. It was fine if the students didn't know, but the elders might not all be convinced. During this period of time, he will be imprisoned in Min Mountain. Although he will suffer a little, at least he will be safe. But when he comes out... Elder Huafeng's face showed some worry. Hearing this, Elder Wanjing suddenly laughed. Haha. Don't worry. These aren't problems. That kid has a backer. Oh. It seems that this kid's background is also unusual. I knew it, that kid's words and actions don't seem like a child from an ordinary family. No, I don't know his background. Elder Wanjing smiled and shook his head, saying mysteriously, I only know that even if he really causes a bigger disaster than this, his life will still be in danger. Someone will definitely protect him to the end. Elder Huafeng was stunned when he heard this, and his face became serious. What do you mean by this? Elder Wanjing chuckled, but he wasn't willing to reveal any more. I can't talk about this matter anymore. But you only need to know that the kid looks gentle and harmless, and has no background, but in fact... Hey, he is a real iron plate. If anyone wants to find trouble with him... Tisk. You're just courting death. The news that Chu Luiyue was imprisoned in Min Mountain for a month quickly spread in the academy. Everyone had different reactions. Some were worried, some were gloating. Even those who disdained this name before had to start to re-examine it at this time. This freshman is so troublesome. In fact, it also proves that he is unusual from the side, right? If he didn't have any real ability, how could he survive that fierce battle? Not to mention, it was rumored that he even blocked a blow for Rongxiu. In addition, he defeated the level 8 warrior, Lu Ziyan, as a rank 7 warrior. Everything was showing that this new student had more potential than anyone had expected. But no matter what, after this incident, Chu Luiyue finally became famous in the academy. The name, Chu Yu, began to be known by everyone, and for a period of time, it became the topic of everyone's conversation. But this situation didn't last for long. Because something even more eye-catching happened. The sect master of the Golden Wings sect, Jin Minyao, personally came to the academy. Dongwang Bell Tower, 3rd floor hall. The atmosphere was solemn. There were 2 rows of chairs in the hall. Elder Bo Yen sat at the head seat on the right, and beside him were the other elders of the academy. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man with a well-built body. He had a square face with black stubble and wore a black robe. He sat there with a majestic aura. This person was the sect master of the Golden Wings sect, Jin Minyao. With a sullen face, he questioned, "So, your academy doesn't intend to give an explanation for the death of my beloved disciple?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.